The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Coram. Danielson. Donovan. Fimberg. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Icy. Holbert.
Excused.
Hawkes Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundeen. Moreno. Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, and 0 excused. We have a quorum. Will the good senator from Brighton please... Excuse me, 1 excused. 34 present, 0 absent, and 1 excused. Will the good senator from Brighton please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Would everyone please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 12th. Correctly printed Senate Bills 268, SJRs 22 and 23, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 925, 57, 76, 131, 193, 194, 246, and 250, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 137, 254, correctly revised House Bills 1221, 1259, correctly re-revised House Bills 1015, 1168, 1235, 1236, correctly enrolled Senate Bill 142 and 191.
Committee reports.
May 12th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 14 be postponed indefinitely. May 12th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 200 be amended as follows, so amended before the committee hold with favorable recommendation. May 12th, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, the Committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 265 be referred to the committee hold with favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar. May 12th. Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, the Committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 260 be amended as follows, so amended before the committee hold with favorable recommendation. May 11th, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1071 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. May 11th, Committee on Local Government. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1028 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 11th, Committee on Local Government. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1225 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. May 11th, Committee on Local Government. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1271 be amended as follows, so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendations. May 11th, Committee on Local Government. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 242 be amended as follows, so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. May 11th, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 256 be amended as follows, so amended be referred to the committee hold with favorable recommendation.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 269 by Senators Winter and Smallwood, Representative Michael and Janae and Van Beber, concerning licensing respite child care centers.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1150 by Representative Judah and Senators Gonzalez, concerning the creation of Colorado Office of New Americans.
Finance.
House Bill 1214 by Representative Weissman and Bacon and Senators Coleman and Lee, concerning increased eligibility for procedures to reduce collateral sanctions experienced by defendants and in connection with making an appropriation.
Finance.
House Bill 1284 by Representatives Valdez, A. and Van Winkle, and Senators Hansen and Priola, concerning modifications to limitation of the aggregate amount of fees that may be assessed by government bodies for the installation of active solar energy systems and in connection therewith extending the repeal date of the limitation.
Local Government. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Third reading of bills consent calendar. Will the clerk please add the minority leader to the roll call? Will the clerk please read all the titles listed on third reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1259 by Representative Bacon and Senators Fields and Sonnenberg concerning the process of funding local education providers for extending learning opportunities to address disruptive learning. House Bill 1221 by Representative Cutter and Young and Senators Quorum concerning measures to prevent bullying in public schools.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bills 1259 and 1221.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion. Are there any no votes on any of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar?
Jerry, it's your bill. Don't vote no.
Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded a no vote on 1221, please.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote on 1221. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1259 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Janal, Moreno, Kolker, Hansen, Bridges, Lundeen, Gardner, Cook, Scott, Simpson, Winter, Buckner, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Danielson, Story, Pedersen, Lee, the Majority Leader, Rankin, Quorum, Priola, Smallwood, Hawkins Lewis, Majority Leader, Donovan. Please add the President. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1221 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Moreno, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Zenzinger, Janal, Fields, Pedersen, Cook, Priola, Scott, Winter, Buckner, Danielson, Story, Hansen, Gardner, the Majority Leader, Lundeen, Hawkins Lewis, Liston, Woodward, Gonzalez, Kolker, Lee. Please add the President. Third reading of bill's final passage. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1164? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1164 lay over until Friday, May 14th. Disappointing.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted, and House Bill 1164 will lay over until 5/14/21 and retain its place on the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 009?
Senate Bill 009 by Senator Hawkins. Senate Bill 009 by Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Representative Caravale concerning the creation of a reproductive health care program in connection with providing contraceptive benefits and counseling services to participants and making an appropriation.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 9 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 009 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes?
I did it again. It's not locked. I just want to show you that I came back out.
No votes on Senate Bill 009. Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Lundin, Gardner, Sonnenberg, Simpson, Liston, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Heisey, Coram, Priola, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 009 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Janal, Gonzalez, Danielson, Winter, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Story, Kolker, Rodriguez, Coleman, Bridges, the Majority Leader, Fields, Hanson, Buckner, Lee, Donovan. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 025?
Senate Bill 25 by Senators Pedersen and Coram and Representative Tipper and Will concerning family planning services for individuals whose income does not exceed the state's current effective income level for pregnant women under the Children's Basic Health Plans and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 025.
Is there any discussion? Senator Coram.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm often asked, you can ask if you wish, why is a redneck Republican supporting a bill like this? Thank you for the question. A few years ago, I ran some legislation that I think is probably the best thing that I've done here. And if you're not in favor of abortion, the easiest way is to prevent the pregnancy. Now, if you want to end the cycle of poverty, this is a good place to start. Because I remember the numbers very distinctly from those days. A teen mother's daughter is 22% more likely to be a teen mother herself. A teen mother son is 13% more likely to be incarcerated. And the odds of receiving a higher education was very, very slim. If you want to end the cycle of poverty, that bill we did several years back, long-acting reversible contraceptives, cut the abortion rate by 64% and saved $70 million. This is a good vote. Ask for 9.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 025. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Cook, Liston, the Minority Leader, Lundin, Woodward, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Heisey, Scott, with 25 aye votes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 025 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Winter, Hanson, Hawkes-Lewis, Moreno, Kolker, Janal, Zenzinger, Story, Rodriguez, Buckner, Lee, Danielson, Donovan, Bridges, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to... Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 057?
Senate Bill 57 by Senators Winter and Gonzalez and Representative Gray and Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning requirements for private educational lenders.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 57 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of Senate Bill 057 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Cook, Gardner, Simpson, Liston, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Woodward, Preola, Rankin, Smallwood. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 057 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Janal, Story, Lee, Pedersen, Buckner, Rodriguez, Hanson, Danielson. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 131?
Senate Bill 131 by Senators Gonzalez and Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning measures to protect personal identifying information kept by states, agencies, in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 131 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 131 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Liston, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 131 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Rodriguez, Moreno, Hanson, Donovan, Bridges, Buckner, Hawkins Lewis, Danielson, Janal, Pedersen, Lee, Winter, Fields, Colker, Story. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 193?
Senate Bill 193 by Senator Buckner and Representative Harrod concerning the protection of a pregnant person's rights during the prenatal period and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, recall that I offered an amendment yesterday on this bill and said there is a lot in this bill to recommend it. I am disappointed that the sponsors of the bill would not have accepted a very reasonable amendment to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish, which seems to be, in my mind, a matter of form over substance or purity over policy. But in any case, it causes me, unfortunately, to be a no. But that is not to say that there aren't some very good things in this bill, and it is what we often deal with in the General Assembly. But because the bill reverses a presumption concerning a pregnant woman with a viable fetus, I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gardner. I respect you, I respect your knowledge, and I really appreciate you making it public that you think this is a good bill. Thank you very much. But we do believe that the advance directive, as it's written in this bill, is for the benefit of the mother. So I'm still asking for a no vote. Thank you.
The good senator from Aurora will be fined for referring to the senator from El Paso County by name. $2. Further discussion.
I'm sorry. I'll pay your fine.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is a passage of Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Scott, Liston, the Minority Leader, Gardner, Lundeen, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Quorum, Smallwood, Rankin, Woodward. With 21 aye votes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 193 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Patterson, Gonzalez, Fields, Lee, Winter, Danielson, Story, Moreno, Bridges, Hanson. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 194?
Senate Bill 194 by Senator Buckner and Representative Herod concerning maternal health and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is a passage of Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Simpson, Sonnenberg, Quorum, Lundeen, Gardner, Rankin, Woodward, Kirkmeyer, Heisey, Liston, Scott, Smallwood. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 194 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, the Majority Leader, Hanson, Moreno, Story, Danielson, Bridges, Winter, Fields, Janal, Hawkes Lewis, Kolker, Pedersen, Lee, Zenzinger. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 246?
Senate Bill 246 by Senators Fenberg and Representative Valdez and Froelich concerning measures to encourage beneficial electrification in connection therewith directing the Public Utilities Commission of Colorado Utilities to promote compliance with current environmental and labor standards.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 246 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of Senate Bill 246 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Cook, Scott, the Minority Leader, Gardner, Lundeen, Simpson, Liston, Rankin, Quorum, Woodward, Smallwood, Heisey, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 246 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Bridges, Hanson, Hawkes Lewis, Gonzalez, Priola, Pedersen, Story, Buckner, Lee. Winter. Danielson.
Totally. Me too.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 250?
Sure.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Fenberg and Gonzalez, Representative Montine and Caravale, concerning modifications to current statutes governing the content of elections and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 250 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 250 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Scott, Heisey, Woodward, Cook, Lundeen, Gardner, Simpson, Rankin, Smallwood, Corum, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Liston. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 250 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Bridges, Hawkins Lewis, Winter, Lee, Pedersen, Hanson, Story, Fields, Janal. Please add the president.
What an honor to be here with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 076?
Senate Bill 76 by Senator Scott and Bridges and Representative Valdez A. and Larson, concerning the funding of a system for electronic transactions made by third-party providers related to the regulation of vehicles and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 76 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 076 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Sonnenberg, Priola, Smallwood,
You voted no.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I apologize, Mr. President. I was so enthusiastic to co-sponsor a bill finally and vote yes. I asked to be recorded as a yes vote, and I will raise my hand to be a co-sponsor at the appropriate time.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as an aye vote on Senate Bill 076. No votes on Senate Bill 076. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 076 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Moreno, Hanson, Kolker,
I gotta reconsider something.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the immediate reconsideration of Senate Bill 9.
The motion is for the immediate reconsideration of Senate Bill 9. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 09?
Senate Bill 9 by Senators Hawkins Lewis and Representative Caravale, concerning the creation of reproductive health care program and in connection with providing contraceptive methods and counseling services to participants and making an appropriation.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 9 on third reading and final passage. It's such a great bill. We're going to vote for it again, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of Senate Bill 09 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Smallwood, Simpson, Gardner, Rankin, Corum, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Lundeen, Scott, Woodward, Priola. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 09 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Moreno, Lee, Winter, Zenzinger, Bridges, Story, Janal, Buckner, Pedersen, the Majority Leader. General Order, second reading of bill, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills. And Senator Moreno will take the chair.
Hey, Leroy, you ready to go?
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 156.
The motion is to proceed out of order to consider Senate Bill 156. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 156?
Senate Bill 156 by Senator Garcia and Representative Malika concerning the creation of a pilot grant program for the use of nurses 911 dispatch to help divert incoming 911 calls that do not require emergency medical service to other types of medical care.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 156 and the Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the bill was amended to include several key provisions that would allow for the expansion of this pilot project to help facilitate and minimize the 911 services and also help create a pilot project. I'd encourage an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, the Appropriations Committee report just appropriates the funding for this pilot project. I'd encourage an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'd encourage you to have an aye vote on this important bill, Senate Bill 156, which would create a pilot project and help better implement a healthcare system that decrease healthcare costs and increases access for those, especially in rural communities. I encourage an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 156? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 169?
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Buckner concerning protecting consumers from unfair discrimination in insurance practices.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 169 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading of bill's calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 169 to the end of the general order second reading of bill's calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 87 lay over until tomorrow, May 13th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 87 to tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 236.
The motion is to proceed out of order to consider Senate Bill 236. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 236?
Senate Bill 236 by Senator Story and Sonnenberg and Representatives Tipper and Van Bever concerning increasing the capacity of quality early childhood education through grant programs and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. This bill is focused on early childhood care and education. I think as many as you know, we have Thank you. And I move Senate Bill 236 and the Education and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Education Committee report. Senator
Of
Story.
course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Education Committee, we added some changes to allow for grants for emerging and expanding employer-based child care programs and also ensure linguistic and cultural sensitivity among staff.
Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we made a number of changes in terms of addressing grant awards and specificity in the ledge deck, and that's about it.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have discussed early childhood care and education a number of times here from the well. This bill is addressing that. We know from experience that there are many child care deserts across the state in situations where we have very few spots available for more children than there are spots. And we need to address that. It also is keeping women out of the workforce because we don't have enough childcare spots to allow them to get back to work. And so this bill is addressing those issues, and we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 236. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title to House Bill 1211?
House Bill 1211 by Representative Amabile and Senators Lee concerning regulation for restrictive housing in local jails.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 238.
The motion is to proceed out of order to consider Senate Bill 238. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 238?
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Garcia and Zenzinger, Representative Esgar and Gray, concerning the Front Range Passenger Rail District and in connection with creating a district for the purpose of planning, designing, developing, financing, constructing, cooperating, and maintaining a passenger rail system and specifying the territory, governing structure, powers, and duties of the district.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 238 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy Committee report, Senator Zenzinger.
We amended the bill 4 times, 2 of which were technical amendments and 2 of which were amendments to clarify the difference between passenger rail and freight rail.
Is there further discussion on the Transportation and Energy Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated the money, and it also reduced future staff time.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Amendment L006 came to us through some conversations that we've been having with members of the Northwest Corridor. They had some concerns that the board was not structured in a way that reflected the population in which the board members represented. So with this amendment, we are creating some greater representation among the larger districts that have larger portions of population, and then we are making some minor adjustments to the governance, making things more transparent.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L006 is adopted. To the bill. Oh, excuse me, there is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008 to Senate Bill 238.
Senator Zenzinger.
I move L008.
To the amendment.
What this amendment does is it says that before they actually proceed with any kind of taxing question, that they will insert some transparency language for the voters that will provide more information to the people.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zenzinger. Oh, excuse me. There is another amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009 to Senate Bill.
Senator Zenzinger.
I move Amendment L009.
To the amendment.
What this amendment does is it creates a reporting and auditing structure. We can't do a traditional sunset process because this isn't a state government agency, but we can create some more transparency and require some reporting and some auditing of the district, and that's what this amendment does.
Is there further discussion on L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L009 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L010?
L010 to Senate Bill 238.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L010.
To the amendment.
What this does is it clarifies the scope of any PPP contracting that comes forward to make sure that the contractor, the private party of a PPP, will not own the operations of the passenger rail, but that it still clarifies their scope in the PPP agreements, should there be any PPP agreements in the future.
Mr. Minority Leader.
No, we're on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L010 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 238.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L011.
To the amendment.
What this amendment does is it ratifies the expression of the board who voted unanimously to prioritize the Northwest Corridor if possible. What this says is that there are some important environmental considerations that must also be taken into account before the prioritization of that line, but to the extent they will do so as their board has already voted.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L011 is adopted. To the bill. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm encouraged to be working with the good senator on this important bill and Senate Bill 238, and would encourage an aye vote on this. This is important in creating a framework for passenger rail along the Front Range. It would increase mobility for Coloradans, increase access to rural communities, incentivize development and investment to those communities, and also decrease the amount of cars that we have on the road, improving traffic conditions and decreasing emissions. Obviously, passenger front range rail has been a priority of the Colorado General Assembly over the last several years, and with the Biden administration's discussion currently about $80 billion in investment just in passenger rail alone in the United States, we see this as a good opportunity to move forward in creating this commission. So I'd encourage an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make it very clear to add on to what the good senator from Pueblo has offered. This bill only does one thing, and what it does is it merely creates the district. We are still years away from a fully operational Front Range passenger rail system, and a lot of work still needs to be done. However, this is the next best step in getting the commission to stand on their own. It will develop a path for governance. It's going to allow them to carry on the vision for rail. And then I think you could say that this bill will get us on track for the planning, designing, developing, financing, and constructing of a passenger rail system for the Front Range. And I encourage your aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members. I too rise in support of Senate Bill 238. Although I concur with the sponsors, this just creates the district. In my opinion, this is still a huge step for not only the state of Colorado, but the Western United States. And let me tell you why. The population, not only in this country, but around the world, is aging. If you understand how the rail systems in Europe and Asia work, they are very interconnected, and a lot of folks, especially around tourism time, enjoy using rail to go from city to city, state to state, prefecture to prefecture, so on and so forth. I submit that if you understand how the California corridor, the rail links between Chicago and the Bay Area, the rail links between the East and Southern California, this will be a vital link to create a Western loop that I submit in the future will have a number of folks from around the world coming to the Rocky Mountain, the Western United States, to enjoy the splendor and beauty of not only our state, Colorado, but also Arizona, Utah, California, Nevada, so on and so forth. So I can't understate how important I believe this piece of legislation is, not only for commuters along the Front Range, for the reduction of traffic and CO2 and pollution on our daily commute and the air we breathe every day, but this is also going to be, in my opinion, a huge economic driver for tourism in the Western United States. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 238. It's really tempting to talk about Senate Bill 238 as though it were about trains. It's not. It's about taxes. It's really tempting, and I've seen this, people commenting on news sites about elevated trains and technology that can make trains float, and high-speed trains, and how cool it would be to go from Trinidad to Cheyenne at 200 miles an hour or whatever the top speed is. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill isn't about trains. This bill's about taxes. That's what this bill proposes to do. Establish a new taxing district. So what would that be like? Well, it would be similar to the Regional Transportation District, RTD. And I've talked about that before. In the district that I represent in northern western Douglas County, some of the constituents who I represent live in the geographical RTD taxing district. In Lone Tree, for instance, those constituents who I represent live in an RTD taxing, or the RTD taxing district. Now, if you go south on I-25 from the Lone Tree area, if you think about where Cabela's is at Ridgegate, you keep going a little bit south, the next exit you'll hit is Castle Pines Parkway. And once you get there, you've crossed out of the RTD district. When you go south into the district that my friend, colleague from Douglas County in Senate District 4, that becomes his district. The district, not his possessive, but the district he represents. And the people who live south of there, they don't live in the RTD district. And guess what happens? Suddenly you have not all, certainly not all constituents, but the majority of constituents live where buses and empty trains, light rail trains, don't run. And they don't have a very high opinion of RTD. And they tend to be really grateful that they don't have to pay taxes every time they purchase something that's subject to sales tax where they live. They're really grateful that they're not helping to pay for empty buses and trains to move through their communities. Other people who live there really want trains and buses in their communities, but this bill, again, isn't about trains and buses. This bill's about taxes. So a heads up to my fellow Douglas County residents. This bill is about requiring you to pay more in taxes every time you purchase something like sales tax where you live. Well, how could that be? You're not in RTD. Right. This isn't about RTD. This is about a new taxing district that would stretch all the way from Trinidad up to Cheyenne, north to south along the Front Range. This is about forcing you, whether you like trains or you don't like trains, to pay more every time you buy something that's subject to sales tax. I think that's how it would work. So then we get into people who might not want trains. We look down in the southern part of Douglas County, borders El Paso County on the southern border. You're coming north on I-25, you come up out of the community called Monument and start up a hill, driving north. You're coming out of the district that my friend from Monument, the good senator from El Paso County, the district that he represents, coming up the hill, and then at the top of that hill, you'll see a little sign that says Douglas County. You just entered the district that my friend from Senate District 4, the other senator from Douglas County, the district he represents, and you are on ground that is very protected. The expansion of I-25 south from Castle Rock to Monument, that's been a real project, because if you get up in that area of southern Douglas County, it's supposed to look like it did before people settled here. That's the area of Greenland. So just widening the highway through there was a challenge, but we're getting that done. For the folks who live in Greenland and Larkspur and Castle Rock and Sedalia, a lot of those people knew that they were buying property and building homes along a freight rail line. And on the west side of I-25, my good friend, former colleague here, or former senator here in the Senate, Tom Weens, for years, to get to Tom Weens' house, you'd go down the frontage road on the west side of I-25, and if a train was coming through there, a long coal train, you might be sitting there, get comfortable. But Senator Weens and his neighbors, they knew they were buying property and building homes in a place that could be somewhat inconvenient, having to get across that rail line to just get up the hill to their house, to their property. My friends in Sedalia, they bought property in a small community. It's close to Castle Rock, but it is a very rural environment. Now, I'm sure there's people in Sedalia who would be really excited to be able to have a train, a passenger train, stop in Sedalia. They could get on and ride into Denver. Sure, you'll find people who will have that perspective, but this bill isn't about trains. For the folks who moved to Sedalia to be in rural Colorado but still close to a metro area, heads up. You don't live in the RTD district, you don't pay those taxes, but this bill is about creating a new taxing authority that will give you new opportunities to pay taxes. That's what this bill is. It's not about trains. It's not about cool new technology. That's not what this bill is. This is about creating a new jurisdiction of government that would stretch from our southern border down around Trinidad all the way up to our northern border near Cheyenne, Wyoming. And that taxing district would, I think, create a tax very much like RTD, so that if you buy something within that taxing district, you will be paying more. Non-processed food would probably be exempt, but everything else wouldn't be exempt. And you get to pay more. More for what? The development of a north-south rail line right through Douglas County. Now that takes me back to a bill and a discussion that happened years ago here at our state capitol. And it takes me back to my good friend, Senator Tom Weens. Tom served in the Senate after he served in the House. But in the early days of his service here in the Colorado legislature, there was a movement called Super Slab. Anybody remember Super Slab? Yeah, there's some hands. Super Slab. What was that? Well, we were going to build this big, giant ring road around Metro Denver. And that big, giant ring road was going to go through a place called Douglas County. And people in Douglas, El Paso, Elbert County, they didn't think that was such a great idea. Why? Because that would have put that big super slab right through where they bought property so that they could live in rural Colorado and still be close to a metro area. And boy, did they get upset. So right now, I understand from my good friend, the member who holds 2 law degrees, he's just let me know that all of the commissioners down in El Paso County have voted to oppose this. And I've asked, there's a newspaper right there that says that. And I'm waiting to hear back from the Douglas County commissioners because I got to think they're going to start hearing some yelling and screaming from people who live in Douglas County who don't want to pay more in taxes in order to have passenger rail come through their little slice of heaven. Yeah, there's already rail there, but it won't be light rail that we're talking about because those are different tracks. Will it be the commercial freight rail? Will it be the existing lines? Doubt it. Maybe. We don't know that yet. Maybe somebody else knows. But this taxing district, that authority has to be created first. And the people who live within that corridor, if this happens, of course, you're going to get an opportunity to vote on that as to whether you want to pay taxes. But heads up to people who live in places like Greenland and Larkspur and Castle Rock and Sedalia. There's more people who live in places like, Denver, who are probably going to say, yes, we'd love to have fancy trains because they voted for that before. They live in RTD. They've got light rail. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the majority of people here in the city and county of Denver think this is a swell idea. But for those of you who don't live here, those who live in Senate District 4 and Senate District 30 in Douglas County, those of you who live south in the great El Paso County, where my friends represent, we have members on both sides of the aisle here in the Senate who represent El Paso County. Will enough of you rise up? Will enough of you make your voice heard? Will enough of you vote no if and when these questions appear on your ballot? Or will you assume that this is more something for people who live in the RTD district? Please don't make that assumption. This bill isn't about trains. If you think trains are cool, that's awesome. I got nothing bad to say. If you think it's fascinating to study the new technologies of high-speed rail, that's fine. That's not what this bill is. This bill is about creating a new jurisdiction of government that will have taxing authority to tax everyone who lives in that geographical space of the Front Range between New Mexico and Wyoming. You'll get to pay for something, and whether you like that or don't like that, that's not the question. This bill is not about trains. This bill is about taxes, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's always interesting that shiny object over here, in this case it would be rail. Incidentally, my experience in the West, here in the Great West, if you have time to spare, rail will get you there. The reality is it can be a little bit challenging across these great expanses to stay on time with these rail, but that's not where I was going. I was going shiny object, rail would be the shiny object in this. But the reality is it's just a taxing district. It's just one more taxing district. And we've got this theme this year going on where there's the shiny object, a conversation around roads and bridges perhaps, as in 260, which has 4 new enterprises, 4 new elements of government going on. In this particular instance, rail, but it is actually just an additional taxing district. We've got this conversation going on constantly where it's being sold to the public, the folks of Colorado, as something that might help get them around, transportation, but it's not actually about that. It's actually about growing government. Time and time again, this is one more taxing district would be created by 238. 260, another bill that's being sold as a infrastructure bill. It's actually about climate justice and 4 new expansive elements of government. And this theme goes on and on. We have this session created 10 new offices of government. We just keep growing government and growing government and growing government instead of growing and building roads or actually resolving some of the transportation challenges we have here in the state. So I rise in opposition principally because it is one more step down this pathway of growing government instead of building roads. It's one more step down the pathway of growing government instead of resolving problems on behalf of the people. In fact, I was looking at my hometown paper, the Gazette here, and I found there's this guest opinion piece that says family budgets are beset by politicians' plans, written by this guy named Lundeen. And he essentially says, watch the bait and switch. Anytime that a bill uses the word fee 485 times, you should probably watch your wallet. Hang on to your pocketbook. Be concerned about your family budget. So, 238, a new taxing district, period. End of story. That's what it's about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lundeen, I think that's what we would call shameless self-promotion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you just refer to the good senator from Monument by his name?
He's the chair.
Oh, he gets to do that? Oh, thank you. All right, with that, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 238 for a couple of reasons. The first one being that, again, I'm opposed to setting up a new taxing district. And in Weld County, I will just say the southwest portion of our county has voted three times not to be included in the RTD district. It's very clear that the voters in Weld County do not wish to be included in a taxing district. And again, not opposed to a rail line, go forth, build the rail, but again, it's a taxing district. And the people that are in areas like Weld County that are less in population, that don't wish to be taxed, will be outvoted by everyone else in the rest of the district. The other portion of this bill that just doesn't sit well is the portion that says 6 directors are appointed by the governor, 8 directors are appointed by metropolitan planning organizations and rural transportation planning organizations, and 1 director would be appointed by the executive director of the Department of Transportation. Nowhere in here do the people who are in this taxing district will be represented by anybody that they get to elect. At least in RTD, when they're doing a bad job, you can vote them out. In this case, we would have a taxing district where you're not even represented by anyone that you can vote in. I just wanted to keep in mind that the people that are on the board of directors gets to decide the phasing of the project. So when money does come into this, they'll get to decide which tracks get laid down first. And in all probability, they'll be in the Denver, Boulder, and probably Pueblo areas, and they won't be in the areas up north. So once again, people will be taxed without representation. They'll pay a tax for a rail line that won't even be in their area, probably in their lifetime. And for those reasons, I'm opposed to Senate Bill 238 and ask you all to vote no.
Further discussion. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a great discussion, and many of the speakers are correct. The whole point of this bill is because it takes the whole prospect of passenger rail out of CDOT so that different parts of the state that don't touch the Front Range are not responsible for having to build the Front Range rail. This allows the users to actually decide whether or not that they want to participate, but it prevents the far corners of the state that don't even touch this area from having to contribute to something that does not benefit them. So many of the questions that come along with whether or not the voters decide whether to approve it or not are yet to be determined. However, if we are going to bring to the table outside dollars, federal dollars, private dollars, nonprofit dollars, then we need to establish the district. They're not just going to turn over billions of dollars to a commission. And we want to make sure that the focus, that the mission of CDOT stays focused and does not get bogged down by the concept of a front range rail. So creating the district allows the district to very singularly focus on that, and it still has to go to all of the voters all along the way to get permission to be able to do it. And ultimately, if they don't want it, then the voters will prevail because they will vote it down. So again, a lot of really good discussion. I just want to bring it right back to the focus, which is this merely creates the district, the end.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate the conversation on this important bill, but would echo that of the good senator from Arvada in saying that this is an important policy that gives local communities the decision to proceed accordingly, and I'd encourage an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it will give people the opportunity to have their voice heard. Yep. And my concern is that the districts that the good senator who doesn't live in Parker and I represent, they're growing quickly. But we look at the districts like the two that exist in Douglas County, and then we look to the north into a metropolitan area called Denver, and all of a sudden, suburban Douglas County and rural Douglas County, all of a sudden we kind of feel like places like Sterling and Alamosa and Montrose. Suddenly we start to feel a little bit more like rural Colorado. Why? While our county is one of the fastest growing and has been counties in the state and really in the nation, we are way outnumbered when looking north into the city and county of Denver. And I understand the folks who live in the city and county of Denver, the majority of them might think this is a great idea, and they may want to vote for it. So I think my role here is to speak up for a smaller population. It's getting bigger every day, but a smaller population who live down in a place called Douglas County. And yes, there are people who live in Douglas County who want front range rail and who would vote to support a new layer of government with the taxing authority to tax everybody who lives or will live in that future new governmental jurisdiction called a taxing district, like RTD. I've mentioned before that I've heard from constituents who want more buses and more trains in northern Douglas County. But I've heard from more constituents who say things like, why doesn't the legislature just sell off the assets of RTD and use the money to balance the budget or pay for programs? Truly, I'm not making that up. I'm telling you what constituents have advocated to me over the years. Remember a few years ago we had a special session because RTD inadvertently lost its ability to collect its RTD tax on recreational marijuana purchases within the RTD district. That special session didn't work. Nothing happened. But during that time, I heard from way exponentially more constituents who were furious that the taxpayers were funding their legislators to come back in a special session to give RTD back its taxing authority. And again, people saying, don't do that, liquidate it. Is that the majority of people in my district, the district I represent? No. I'm just saying that I heard that perspective more often back then than I heard the perspective of, yes, restore their taxing authority relative to recreational marijuana purchase within their taxing district. But all of that discussion gave an opportunity to explain to constituents, whether they thought it was a good idea or a bad idea, all of those opportunities, all those contacts with constituents provided the opportunity to explain the state government, the state legislature, we don't own RTD. Liquidating RTD would be like the legislature liquidating your city or town. We don't own that either. And we wouldn't own this new taxing district, taxing authority that would be created to tax you to pay for rail from New Mexico to Cheyenne. So this isn't about expanding RTD. It's not growing their district. It's not bringing light rail to new communities outside of the RTD district or within it. That's not what this is about. This is creating a new layer of government. And that was the opportunity that I've had in prior discussions to explain that that's what RTD is. It's its own government that overlaps cities, towns, counties, special districts. And that's what this bill would create, is this massive, I think it would be the biggest district, special district, and it would stretch all the way from Wyoming to down to New Mexico, north to south along the Front Range. And if it is created, and the majority of voters in that new geographic area say yes to the taxing authority, then everyone who lives in that new geographic district would pay more, whether you want Front Range rail or not. That's all this bill is about. It's not about trains, it's about taxes. Ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 238. Those in favor say all aboard. Those opposed say no. The all aboards have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title to House Bill 1211?
House Bill 1211 by Representative Amavali and Senators Lee concerning regulations for restrictive housing in local jails.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 21-1211 and the Senate Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Lee.
Thank you. And I do have an amendment.
Adopt your report first.
Okay. So the Judiciary Committee added 9 amendments to this bill during our deliberations, primarily requested by the sheriffs. What this bill does is restrict the use of solitary confinement, restricted housing in local jails. And the sheriffs who operate the jails had some concerns. So to accommodate their concerns, not all of them, we adopted amendments allowing delays of assessments if a person is intoxicated or belligerent, clarifying that suicidality is one of the conditions they have to take cognizance of, altering the frequency of checks of people in the jails, and a number of others to improve the bill from the standpoint of the sheriffs. I ask for a aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L018?
Amendment L018.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 18 basically adds a two words, motion for, before the word order, in the provision of the bill that requires the sheriffs to go to court to hold people in solitary confinement more than 15 days. It's a technical amendment. I ask for an aye vote, and I have the actual amendment sponsor here to advocate for this amendment if he so chooses.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Can we get a motion for L018? Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I move L018, Mr. Chair.
To the amendment, Senator Gardner.
This is an incredibly important amendment from a policy standpoint because it recognizes that the sheriff's office can't just do its own order. It has to move the court for an order, and it recognizes the separation of powers in our government. There are many reasons why you should vote aye on this amendment, including just clarity in the language.
Is there further discussion on L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L018 is adopted.
I nearly called for a debate.
To the bill, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleague from Colorado Springs for that very discerning amendment. What this bill is about is solitary confinement in local jails. Colorado has put significant limitations on the use of solitary confinement in the Department of Corrections, in the Division of Youth Services, Youth Corrections, and now it's the time to go to local jails. So this measure basically reduces and restricts the use of solitary confinement in local jails. Local jails, as you probably know, have become the default institutions for addressing people with mental illness. However, when you put people with mental illness and significant disabilities into solitary confinement, it exacerbates, it worsens, it increases their level of mental illness. So this bill puts significant limitations on it. They can still use it, but they can't use it carte blanche. And I'd be happy to elaborate on some of the conditions if that is considered necessary. Otherwise, I just ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to thank the sponsor from El Paso County for bringing this discussion forward. The problem with this bill is that it treats the symptom, not the disease. And I missed part of the opening. I apologize. I was taking care of some other business and not sure everything of what you said. But it does treat, like I said, the symptom, not the disease. Everybody knows that back in the 50s and 60s, we deinstitutionalized a lot of people, put them out on the street without any assistance, without any funding. And so therefore the jails, prisons have become the de facto mental health institutions. And that's the disease, and that the disease is still mental health, no funding, the putting sheriffs in bad situations because jails aren't equipped to do or to work with the mentally ill people. What I wish I'd rather see, Mental Health Colorado come forward instead of putting sheriffs in a bad situation, because this bill still does that, come forward with more of their efforts and money towards creating mental health beds instead of letting and allowing people to linger inside jails with these conditions. You know, we heard a lot of testimony from the sheriffs. Part of the problem is it's a no-win situation for the sheriffs. And I want to say too, I appreciate all the amendments that the good senator from El Paso County put on at the request of the sheriffs. It helped them out quite a bit, but it still put them in a no-win situation because they're tasked with keeping all inmates safe. That's what the Supreme Court has said. Many courts have said, you know what, if you don't keep an inmate safe, you're liable. Well, restrictive housing sometimes is the only tool that the sheriffs have to keep other inmates safe. We heard from the commander of the Weld County Jail, Chris Watt, who murdered his wife, who was pregnant, and his 2 children, strangled them, put them in an oil tank. He was hated by the other inmates. They got word that the other inmates wanted to do him harm, maybe even kill him. So they had to put him in restrictive housing for his own safety. If we don't have that option, if the sheriffs don't have that option to keep inmates safe, then they could be sued either way. If Chris Watts gets beat up, seriously injured, or killed, his estate can sue the sheriff. So it's a no-win. Kind of damned if they do and damned if they don't. You know, there's many Supreme Court decisions regarding this type of things, not necessarily on restrictive housing, because they actually never ruled on restrictive housing. But there is a separation of powers issue to some extent. You know, let me just read a couple of paragraphs from what the Supreme Court says. Because a lot of times down here, we think we know what's best on everything, not just criminal justice, but education and health and transportation. We think we know what's best. And we hear a lot of testimony from people who have no idea, you know, what they're, not what they're talking about, but have no idea, have never worked in that field. So we heard testimony from people who really have no idea about how to run a jail. We did hear a lot of testimony from people who know how to run jails. And they were begging, please don't take this option away from us. Help us out. And like I said, there is a separation of powers issue a little bit. And the question came up, what has the Supreme Court said about restrictive housing? And again, they really haven't said anything. But what they said is they're not equipped to handle a lot of these decisions. There's a case, Turner versus Safely. Just part of it says, courts are ill-equipped to deal with the increasingly urgent problems of prisons. Now this is talking about jails, and part of the testimony, unfortunately, in committee, everybody was talking about prisons. It wasn't about prisons, it's about jails. Prisons are better equipped to handle it. They have infirmaries, they have medical units that can deal with mental illness. The jails struggle with this. But they said the courts are ill-equipped to deal with the increasingly urgent problem of prisons administration and reform. As the Martinez Court acknowledged, the problems of prisons, and I'll substitute jails, in America are complex and intractable. And more to the point, they are not readily susceptible of resolution by decree. Running a prison or jail, and I've added jail, is an inordinately difficult undertaking that requires expertise, planning, and the commitment of resources, all of which are peculiarly within the providence of the legislative and executive branches of government. Prison administration is, moreover, a task that has been committed to the responsibility of those branches, and the separation of power concerns counsel, a policy, a judicial restraint. There was another decision, Florence v. BD of chosen freeholders of City of Burlington. And this one actually talks about jails. The difficulties of operating a detention center must not be underestimated by the courts. Jails, in the stricter sense of the term, excluding prison facilities, admit over 13 million inmates a year. The largest facilities process hundreds of people every day. Smaller jails may be crowded on weekend nights after a large police operation or because of detainees arriving from other jurisdictions. Maintaining safety and order at these institutions require the expertise of correctional officers who must have substantial discretion to derive reasonable solutions to the problems they face. The court has confirmed the importance of deference to correctional officers and explained that a regulation impinging on inmates' constitutional rights must be upheld. So they have two key words in there, safety and discretion. We heard from the experts who this court decision was talking about. The experts said, don't take this tool away from us. We are the experts. And so I would ask that for a no vote. I do appreciate, again, what the good senator is trying to accomplish. And I appreciate he brought this discussion forward, because we need to have this discussion about getting the people with mental illness out of our jails. But unfortunately, this bill doesn't cover that discussion. Again, thank you to the senator, and thank you for the amendments, and I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from Weld County for his guidance and assistance and insights as this bill was moving along. It was very helpful to talk to the sheriffs and the sheriff from Boulder County and Mesa and other sheriffs who were very helpful. This bill does not take away the tool that the sheriffs need to manage their jails. They can still put people in restricted housing, but they can't put them in there for more than 22 hours a day. And if they let them out for 3 hours a day, then they are, or 2.5 hours a day, then they're not covered by this bill. Other jails have been successful in reducing the use of restricted housing, solitary confinement, administrative segregations, including Cook County Jail and Rikers Island. In addition, I need to comment that there are significant costs associated with maintaining solitary confinement in jails. Jails are being sued for the consequences of assaults. There's significant litigation going on, self-harm by inmates, suicides, and additional charges that the jails are incurring as a result of using solitary confinement. So there are alternatives to doing this. This is a pretty modest and mild measure which is circumscribing jails' use of restrictive housing somewhat and imposing conditions that they have to check on the prisoners periodically to ensure that they're not engaging in self-harm. What we know by studies is that when people are put in solitary confinement, it really does have adverse impacts on them. It makes them sicker, and the longer people stay in solitary, the longer theoretically they need to stay in solitary because of behavioral issues. So removal from solitary and restrictive housing is a goal of this bill and will make jails safer. Again, I appreciate the dialogue and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing, I'm glad the good senator mentioned costs because we did hear from several jails, Arapahoe County. In order to comply with this bill, they would have to add about, I think they said about $1.5 million to $2 million to their facility. And that doesn't include personnel costs. County Jail of Boulder, same thing. They would have to retrofit a lot of their existing cells, and their jail was built, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, a long time. So they'd have to retrofit, and they would have to spend, again, about $1.5 million, $2 million on retrofitting their jail. So there is a cost to this, and that doesn't include the personnel costs. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lee.
Thank you. Just a closing comment on costs. Amendment number 9 added to the bill a provision under the jail-based behavioral health care fund, which I understand has some $11 million in it. This bill applies right now to 5 jails, and that breaks out, according to my rough math, about $2 million each if they applied for that funding. So there is some funding available, and we modified the uses of that funding to accommodate the needs identified by the sheriffs for personnel training, operational costs, and facility modifications. So we didn't make an allocation under the bill, but there's a grant program which provides the availability of funding.
Further discussion on House Bill 1211. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1211. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1122.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1122. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of House Bill 1122?
House Bill 1122 by Representative Froelich and Larson, Senators Colquitt, concerning establishing a commission to improve first responder interactions with persons with disabilities and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Colquitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1122 and the Health, Human Services, and the Appropriations Committee reports. The Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At Health and Human Services, we ran an amendment to add dementia as a listed disability that will be looked at and hopefully added to the purpose of this bill.
Is there further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L013?
Amendment L013 to House Bill.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L013 is to make sure that seniors and aging advocacy groups are included in the organization of the committee, and that we're also emphasizing age when we are considering training. So when we're adding people and considering training for people that relate it to this bill, we're including those, we're including age.
Senator Colker, will you please move amendment?
Oh, sorry about that. I move Amendment L013 to House Bill 1122.
Thank you. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in strong support of this amendment. And I want to thank the good senator from Centennial for adding seniors and to the board and including training for first responders for dementia. It is so important to recognize this issue. It is a defined progressive disability, and the signs may not be evident at first, but if properly trained, can be recognized in an interaction with an individual. And it will prevent future issues such as that we saw with a terrible event that happened in my area of northern Colorado in Loveland with a senior with dementia. So I ask for your strong support, not only for this amendment, but also on the bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill purpose here is to address police training that they've been asking for, to address training that families of disabled persons, families with elderly members who are with dementia, to give them a voice and to establish a training curriculum for first responders, starting with the post board and then expanding that curriculum out to EMTs. So again, it's bringing people to the table who want a voice and giving that voice for the training so that these incidences that we've had in the past are not repeated. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just want to first of all make it very clear that I am not opposed to establishing training standards for interaction between first responders and members of our community that have disabilities. Not opposed to that at all. The reason I'm opposed to this bill is because I just don't understand why we have to pass a law when we already have a statute in place that does the exact same thing. So in the bill, it says that the Attorney General's office, that they will develop this commission with the exact same membership as what's on what could be provided for by the post board, that this commission then could take up to 5 more months before they have to meet. Their first meeting is no later than October 15th. That's 5 months away before the commission would even meet. Then the commission must meet only at least once per quarter. Sure, they may meet more than that, but only once per quarter. Then this commission that's being created by this bill would have until February 28th of 2022. So add on another 4 months, 3 or 4 months, before they make a recommendation to the post board regarding a curriculum for peace officer training concerning interaction with persons with disabilities. Again, I am not opposed to the curriculum, to developing curriculum for peace officer training with disabilities. What I'm opposed to is this should have been done yestermonth. When they thought of this training that needed to be done, they should have done it before. The Attorney General is the chair of the Post Board. The Post Board's responsibility is to establish training standards to prepare law enforcement officers to recognize and address incidents of abuse and exploitation of at-risk elders. They also can establish, add, and remove, as necessary, subject matter expertise committees to develop skills, training programs, academic curriculums, Post Board rules. I mean, it goes on here. So the Post Board itself, who is chaired by the Attorney General, could have already started this process months ago when this bill came to him for a fiscal note. And I don't understand why he didn't do it. The Post Board is supposed to be doing this. Not only that, this subject matter expert committee that the Post Board can establish comes forward, makes a recommendation to the Post Board. So everything that is in the bill is already in law, can already be accomplished, and should have already been done. I just find it extremely disappointing that we are now going to have to wait until October, possibly, when this commission would be created, and then till February, when this commission would make a recommendation to the Post Board. They should have already done it. The Attorney General should have already, at a Post Board meeting, said we need this training. They should have got a subject matter expert committee put in place, which they have the authority to do, and they should have already had this training and this curriculum in place, already get it recommended to the Post Board, and get it done. There is no reason why we need to pass a law to say do what your job was to do in the first place. All this does, all that has happened is, instead of having this training, instead of getting this curriculum in place with subject matter expertise folks involved, is we have stalled it and put it off for a long time. This bill's not necessary. I say we send a message to the Attorney General and to the Post Board to do their job as outlined in statute and get this done, and stop waiting around until February 22nd of 2022. Because this training is important. This curriculum is important, and he should have been doing it. With that, I would ask for a no vote on this bill, and let's send a message to the Attorney General office, basically, and the Attorney General, do your job.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Senator from Weld County. I appreciate your remarks and your enthusiasm. It's always good to hear any views opposite of yours and to see what can be done. According to the Attorney General's office, this bill ensures that the Post Board takes a comprehensive look at training requirements and provides the resources, additional resources to the Post Board to accomplish the new requirements and other law enforcement reform bills from Senate Bill 217. The Commission provides a line of communication between those in the disability community and the Post Board and the people dealing with this on a day-to-day issue in the first responder community. So with that, and with the ability to bring the community together and give them the influence they're so deserve and are seeking, I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1211, the question before us is the adoption of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1211 is adopted. I'm sorry. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1122 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1011.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1011. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of House Bill 1011?
House Bill 1011 by Representative Caraveo and Senators Gonzalez and Moreno concerning the expansion of multilingual ballot access for electors in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1011 and the SVMA committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made a few amendments in the SVMA committee in order to strengthen the bill and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the State Veterans and Military Committee report is adopted. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1011. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1011 is adopted. 88 and 169. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 91.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 91. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 91?
Senate Bill 91 by Senators Liston and Rodriguez and Representative Byrd and Larson concerning limitations on credit transaction charges.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 91.
And there is no,
Do the bill.
And there is no committee report.
there's no committee report.
Colleagues, Senate Bill 91 refers back to a lot of states in 2015. 10 states did not allow merchants to collect their processing credit card fees, and at this point now there is only 4 states left. There's case law that the attorney generals and Supreme Courts have been striking down this provision as a violation of merchants' First Amendment rights. And because of these changes, we're trying to get ahead of the curve and put in guardrails, transparency, and cap the retention at 2% at this point. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I too ask for an aye vote, but I do have a couple of amendments, and with that I move L004.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L004?
Move his amendment.
Bill 04 to Senate Bill 91.
Senator Liston.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, I move L004, and what this amendment does is it adds enforcement language and requires the sellers and leasers contacts entered into after the bill goes into effect to comply with the surcharge requirement. With that, I ask for an aye vote on L004.
Is there further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L004 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L005?
L005 to Senate Bill 91 by Senators Liston and Rodriguez. Amend printed bill, page 2, line 4, strike definitions, substitute definitions. Page 2, strike lines 9.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move L005. And members, what this does, it authorizes the surcharge to either be 2% or the merchant discount fee, whichever is less, and includes disclosure language for both. With that, I urge an aye vote on L005.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L005 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 91 as amended and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 91? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 91. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 91 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a brief senatorial 5.
Committee will be in a senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 169.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 169. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 169?
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Buckner concerning protecting consumers from unfair discrimination in insurance practices.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, I move Senate Bill 169 and the committee report.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, Senator Buckner.
Yes, in the committee, we created this Senate bill to address some of the original concerns which would have banned a lot of data practices. In other words, we presented a strike below to address some of the original concerns which would have banned a lot of data practices. This Senate bill creates a framework, the strike below creates a framework for insurers to test their own practices for discrimination and allows the Division of Insurance to examine these practices. Also included in this strike below were contents of rules, risk management frameworks, and also many definitions. We listened to the stakeholders and we decided to create this strike below, and we feel that this has answered a lot of the concerns that we have heard from stakeholders.
Is there further discussion on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Buckner. Senator Buckner.
I move Amendment L008.
There is an amendment on the Oh, Senator Buckner, do you have the amendment packet?
I do. Just
you
a
would
moment.
provide that to the Senate Secretary, please.
What's going on over here? Okay.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008 to Senate Bill 169.
Senator Buckner.
Yes. This amendment makes clear that we are not asking insurance companies to collect information from applicants or policyholders on race, color, national or ethnic origin, religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity of anyone. This issue came up in committee, so therefore we are running this amendment. Demographic data already exists that we can use when examining data practices. I ask for an aye vote on L008.
Senator Buckner, will you please move Amendment L008?
Oh yeah, I'm going to move L008.
Further discussion on L008, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I heard this bill, and I thank the good senator from Aurora for bringing this bill, and I'm glad that she's open to some amendments to make a decent bill even better. I'm glad that she's offered L008, and I think this is a good amendment, and I would urge an aye vote on L008.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, you're fine, Senator Buckner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, the good senator from Aurora. So I'm confused with this amendment because in the strike below, there are a couple of places where the insurance companies are prohibited from unfairly discriminating based on an individual's race, color, national or ethnic origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Yet this amendment says that the insurance companies don't have to have this information. So if the insurance companies don't have the information, curious as to how the commissioner is going to check to make sure that an insurance company indeed is not unfairly discriminating against any of these individuals.
Senator Buckner?
Yes, we felt that it was important to put this wording into an amendment just so there was no misunderstanding. Yes, the information is there. The information is there with the insurance companies. However, the information is, we need something in our toolbox to look at this information.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009 to Senate Bill 169 by Senator Buckner.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. I move L009.
To the amendment, Senator Buckner.
Yes. L009 exempts title, insurance, and bonds executed for qualified surety companies. We determined that because the vast majority of title insurance companies do not use algorithms or predictive models to conduct their business, it was not necessary to include this type of insurance in this bill. We exempted commercial insurance in the strike below and wanted to include surety companies to align with the commercial exclusion.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L009 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L010?
Amendment L010 to Senate Bill 169 by Senator Buckner. Amend the business.
Senator Buckner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. L010 is about proprietary issues. Documents, materials, and other information in the possession or control of the division that are obtained by, created by, or disclosed to the commissioner or any other person pursuant to this section or any rules adopted are recognized as proprietary and containing trade secrets. So, all such documents, materials, and other information are confidential and privileged, and they are not subject to disclosure under the Colorado Open Records Act. We want everyone to understand that we want anything that can be queried to be private and proprietary.
Senator Buckner, will you please move Amendment L010?
I move L010.
Is there further discussion? Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the bill sponsor taking a look at this particular issue. I had a chance to hear this bill in committee and had several concerns. When this particular issue was raised by a number of the folks who spoke in committee, the good senator from Aurora gave her word and has lived up to it and is making some changes on this particular issue, and I urge an aye vote on L010.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L010. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L010 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 169.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment L003. And members, what this does is we're trying to clarify so that parts of the bill are not in working against each other. What this amendment does, we already have language in statutes that deals with the Unfair Practices Act and discrimination. This amendment just keeps us within the current law and does not set up whole new laws regarding discrimination. I ask for an aye vote on L003.
Senator Buckner?
Mr. Chair, may I have a senatorial 5 so I can look at this? This is the first time I have seen this amendment, and I want to make sure I understand it before we vote.
The committee will be in a senatorial 5.
Okay.
The committee will be back, and we are on Amendment L003. Senator Liston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw L003.
Amendment L003 has been withdrawn. Further discussion on Senate Bill 169. Senator Smallwood.
Chair Liston, are we offering 004?
Senator Liston?
Are we offering 004? Are we offering this?
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 169 by Senator Liston.
Senator
Liston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move L004. And members, what this does is the commissioner has expressed his intent to focus on different insurance practices for different lines of coverage. The language in L004 provides that authority. I ask for an aye vote on L004.
Is there further discussion on L004? Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, I'm asking for a no on L004. We've already discussed this, and what we intend to do is already in the bill.
Further discussion on L004. Senator Liston.
I just ask for an aye vote on L004. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost.
No.
To the bill. Is there further discussion? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006 to
Senator
Senate
Priola,
Bill.
1 second. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 169.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, L006 simply includes wording that says nothing in this section shall be construed to create or imply a private cause of action for the violation of this section or any rule adopted pursuant to this section. So this amendment is intended to reduce frivolous lawsuits and help keep insurance costs low for all Coloradans. I would hope the sponsor would see this as a friendly amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Priola, will you please move Amendment L006?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
Is there further discussion on L006? Senator Buckner.
I am asking for a no on L006.
Senator Woodward.
And I want to give a reason why.
Senator Buckner.
This bill is structural to allow the insurers to evaluate their uses of big data and correct any problems. So that is already in the strike below. I'm asking a no for L006.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L006, one of the important pieces of this bill that the sponsor put together is providing oversight to the Commissioner of Insurance. And I think that we need to let the problem work itself out so that the Commissioner of Insurance can work with insurance companies to change those databases and algorithms before we simultaneously hit those same insurance companies with lawsuits left and right. I'm not convinced that the language of the bill without this amendment will prevent folks from attacking those insurance companies from all sides, thereby driving up the cost of insurance to everyone in the state of Colorado. So I urge an aye vote. I think this is a fairly reasonable amendment that just lets the bill really do its thing before we open it up to trial attorneys.
Is there further discussion on L006? Senator Buckner.
As I said before, this bill is structural to allow the insurers to evaluate their uses of data and correct any problems that they have. L006 is not necessary. I am asking for a no vote on L006.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the other pieces of this good bill that we looked at in the Business Committee was the fact that there are all kinds of different insurance industries and kinds of insurance that are out there, some of which inadvertently and perhaps there is a as the good Senator from Aurora said, there may be some unintended consequences that we need to get to the bottom of to make sure that we keep rates the same regardless of a lot of the discriminating factors. One of the pieces, though, that was raised in committee was a concern by insurance companies, specifically life insurance companies, that those folks need to be able to preserve their ability to use traditional underwriting information and risk-based pricing based on lots of different medical and behavioral and financial risk profiles. And what we heard from Commissioner Conway is he wanted to hear from the industry to provide him with some of that data. So what this amendment does is it puts life insurance in a different category and says to the commissioner that as you're evaluating these policies, take a look at life insurance companies a little bit different.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L007?
Amendment L007.
Senator Woodward.
169. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L007, and what this amendment does is it does exactly what I just explained, which is allows the Commissioner Conway or whoever the insurance commissioner might be at the time to treat life insurance a little bit different than what the current bill says.
Further discussion. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, good Senator, for bringing this amendment, which is regarding life insurance. We are going to still have continuing conversations on possible amendments to this bill. However, at this point, we are not ready to eliminate life insurance. And when I give my presentation and when I actually speak to the bill, I will give you those reasons why we need to keep life insurance in at this point, because there are discriminatory practices that leave many people with less life insurance. And this is a decades-old issue, but that does not mean that we will not continue this conversation. So today, I am asking for a no on L007.
Is there further discussion on L007? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of L007. Life insurance should be treated differently. It's just so you realize, I'm sure you do, is that you can only die once. But with other forms of insurance, health insurance and automobile insurance, you can get sick multiple times. You can get in accidents multiple times. But life insurance, the factors that deal with that, it should be treated differently. It's a unique product, and that's what L007 is trying to address. So with all due respect to the good senator from Aurora, we are really treating this as a friendly amendment, and we would urge an aye vote on L007.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. And to the good senator from Colorado Springs, yes, I do understand what you're saying, but I was going to say this when I go to the bill, but I'm going to go to the amendment now and bring up some facts. Discriminatory practices leave Black Americans with less life insurance, and this is a decades-old issue. I have proof that Black Americans typically have 1/3 of the coverage of their white counterparts. I also know that there are still discriminatory practices in life insurance. So I cannot accept this today, perhaps in the future as we continue our conversations, because this is going to the other chamber, but we still have questions about life insurance that I'm uncomfortable with right now, and I cannot take this, I cannot accept L007 today, but that does not mean that we can't continue having this conversation. And I'm asking for a no vote on L007.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator for that explanation. And I can't necessarily speak to the data that the good senator is referring to, but colleagues, that's not what this bill says. If you look at the strike below, on page 2, line 23, we are talking about considering an unfair trade practice to discriminate rates based on a person's sex. I don't know if any of you have bought life insurance ever or recently, and I don't know if you've ever compared your rates to the rates of someone with a different sex or a different gender. You will find that two individuals of the same health status, right? They're both getting preferred plus rates or standard rates or table rates. Women pay less than men for life insurance. All other things being equal, women pay less than men for life insurance. Women in a younger age bracket, generally speaking, all other things considered, women pay less for car insurance than men in the younger age brackets. So what I'd ask you colleagues is, when you're looking at life insurance, why do women pay less than men, all other things being equal? Because they live longer. Because women take care of themselves while we men wait until we're about to die and then finally go to the doctor when it's too late. The Smallwood theory. Women pay less than men. Okay. How many of you in the chamber want women to pay more for life insurance than men? There are a few hands, but not very many. How many of you want to see young women pay more for car insurance than young men? I have 3 boys, so I suppose I should be self-serving and raise my hand. Colleagues, this bill specifically says you cannot discriminate based on sex. So if we don't make any changes to the bill, this is simple arithmetic, colleagues. If life insurance companies have to start charging men less for their life insurance, because again, you can't discriminate. If men need to now get charged less for their life insurance rates, do you think the insurance companies are just going to allow that to happen? Or are they instead going to raise the rates for women in order for them to maintain their profit margins or their operating margins? And the same holds true with car insurance. So if you all as a body would like to raise women's life insurance rates, oh, you know what? Let me stop there. One other thing that might happen, let's say a life insurance company doesn't want to charge men less and charge women more. They might just say, you know what? It's not profitable for us to write business in the state of Colorado anymore. Because if we have to charge men and women the same, men's rates have to go down, women's rates have to go up. Guess what? If I'm a male, I am going to want to have my application taken in the state of Colorado. There's nothing in life insurance law that says you have to live here. It's where the application is signed. So, men should flee their other states that don't have this law and come to Colorado to get their life insurance written. Women, once this passes, should flee the state of Colorado and have their life insurance written in Wyoming. Go to Cheyenne and have the application signed there. So if you're a life insurance company and you see this happening, you have all this male risk coming in that's underpriced, and all the women's overpriced rates aren't being placed, then this is going to be extremely detrimental if you're a life insurance company in the state of Colorado, and maybe y'all don't care about that. Like, maybe you're thinking good riddance with them. I don't feel that way. I would want to support something that does not cause women's life insurance rates to go up, that does not cause teenage girls' car insurance rates to go up by not exempting the life insurers from this, or at least not by crafting some language that allows current exemptions to stay in place. I think this really hurts women.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you to my good senator from Douglas County. We ran an amendment in committee to address this concern. Life insurance companies will continue to be able to rate based on sex. And I'm a woman, but we are still, I think I am. Life insurance companies will continue to be able to rate based on sex. Another point, the commissioner will be able to treat life insurance differently because the rules will be promulgated by the type of insurance. That's in the bill. And I want to remind you that we are also doing this line by line of insurance and practice, so we can also address issues unique to life in the rulemaking process. And if we are fair to everyone with every type of life insurance, we're going to attract people here. People will not be running away because we will be following important rules that treats everyone fairly. So I am asking for a no on L007.
Further discussion on L007. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do ask for an aye vote. I am reading the committee report from Business, Labor, and Technology, and maybe I'm missing where the notwithstandings contradict each other or something. But on page 2, line 22, and let me back up to line 15. Insurers' use of external consumer data and information sources, algorithms, and predictive models, consideration of protected class status prohibited, unfair discrimination prohibited, rules, stakeholder process required, investigations, definitions. That's just the title of that section of statute. Notwithstanding, that means even though law says one thing, notwithstanding, this bill gets to do something completely different. I've talked about that before. We pass a law that says that we can't do something. All we need to do is just say, notwithstanding that law, and the legislature can do it. So, notwithstanding Section 10.3.1104, 1F, an insurer shall not, with regard to any insurance practice, any health, life, any type of insurance, A, unfairly discriminate based on an individual's race, color, national or ethnic origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. So if this bill has been amended to allow a life insurance company to price differently based on gender, which I think in this list would relate to sex, I don't understand how that amendment works, because right here it says they can't do that. Now, my wife and I have life insurance, and I remember filling out the application for that, and there were questions like, do you smoke tobacco? Have you ever smoked tobacco? No. And I remember having a blood test And they probably looked at things like my level of cholesterol. And they did that for my wife too. And she takes such good care of herself, it wouldn't surprise me at all if my cholesterol, my blood pressure, things like that are higher than hers. As my friend from Douglas County mentioned, the life insurance companies look at those factors. The actuarial tables that look at not me as who I am individually, but me as to my age. I'm 60, I'm overweight, I don't smoke. But those check boxes help them determine how much they charge me for life insurance. And that's not because they're discriminating inappropriately against me or anybody else. It's because they're discriminating appropriately. And I think we've sometimes lost perspective on that word. I remember years ago when I represented a trade association, one of our members was on a radio talk show host and defending the idea that discrimination didn't occur. And the talk show host, it was Mike Rosen, he challenged that member of my association, a guest on his radio show, to say, wait. There's a difference between illegal discrimination and legal discrimination. Discrimination isn't like a profane word, and that's what we're talking about here. There are different, we're not all the same. We're equal, but we're not all the same. Height, weight, gender. And the life insurance companies, they have two choices. Either price us all the same, which I think was the point from my good friend who doesn't live in Parker, or don't price life insurance the same for everybody. Because if they price it all the same, then I think he's right. They have to take the worst case scenario and price to that. You can consider me the lowest common denominator. If I'm the most expensive insurance holder, then everybody would pay that price. But if this bill has been amended to allow actuarials to work and life insurance companies be able to look at different individuals and ask questions like, do you smoke? Do you smoke cigarettes? Do you drink? Are you overweight? May we take a blood sample and look at what's in your blood compared to everybody else? That, if you take good care of yourself, that could mean you pay a lower cost. But if that's not clear in this bill, and I don't want to question the sincerity of the bill sponsor, I appreciate her work on this, but this is a really important question. And as I look at the committee report, if the bill was amended in the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee so that life insurance companies can price differently for different individuals based on the actuarial perspective of each applicant, if they can continue to do that, great. Where does it say that? Because what I find in this, it says they can't. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the sponsor. This is a really important question, not trying to attack a bill. This is something we've got to get right. Thank you.
Senator Buckner.
And to my good senator from down the road from me, Douglas County. Sorry. Here's what I need to emphasize. The bill requires us to treat lines of insurance differently. Treat lines of insurance differently. And I heard what you said, but my interpretation is this bill is about unfair discrimination that negatively harms protected classes. Yes, we want insurance policies to be appropriate. And like you said, there's good discrimination, but that's not what we're doing here. I answered the question, I believe, that we are working with everyone, and this bill is still going to the House, so there's still time to talk about life insurance. But today, We believe the language is fair. And when I get into the bill, I will give you some more more information about life insurance and discriminatory practices that leave a lot of people without life insurance. So I am still asking for a no vote on L007.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am actually going to join with the sponsor on this bill and ask for a no vote on L007. And I'm going to tell you why. Because as an old guy, where this clarifies, as an old guy that eats a lot of red meat, that hasn't taken care of himself, you are going to have to pay for my life insurance for me if you don't accept this. So please don't accept this, so you have to pay a portion of my life insurance premium. I should have taken better care of myself, but I didn't. And right now I'm paying for it. With this, you're going to help me pay for it. I ask you to vote no, so you have to help me pay for it. Thank you.
Senator Sonnenberg, we support your life decisions. Is there further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 169? Senator Buckner.
I'd like to go to the bill.
We are to the bill, Senator Buckner.
We're making progress here. We are to the bill. Colleagues. Senate Bill 169 concerns unfair discrimination in insurance practices. Quite simply, the bill is about holding insurance companies accountable for ensuring that their practices do not perpetuate structural racism and systemic injustice. It is not about assessing blame. This is not a blame game against insurance companies, but it's for them to examine their use of big data and artificial intelligence to ensure that outcomes are fair and that people of color and other protected classes are not being unfairly and disproportionately harmed by the use of those practices. I know from experience that this is decades in the making. Big data is on the rise. While big data has its place, there are concerns about how it is used. If we're not critical about its use, data can embed and reflect historic inequities. This is important. Algorithms are not inherently objective. They reflect not only the data used, but the people who designed them. So if skewed data sets are being used to train machines due to bias or errors and inaccuracies, the machines will simply replicate and perpetuate past patterns, allowing no room for social change. We have data suggesting that this is happening here in Colorado, that unfair practices are happening. I want to give you an example that I gave in committee. Car insurance premiums are higher in Colorado zip codes with more African American residents. For example, there's a zip code in North Park Hill, which is 56% African American. The average car insurance premium for a 35-year-old male living in this zip code is $765. We can compare this price with the same car insurance policy for a 35-year-old male living in a more affluent white neighborhood. In Boulder, the same policy is $138 cheaper, and in Aspen, it's $251 cheaper. We see similar price disparities across the board. We need to understand why these disparities are happening. Right now, the Division of Insurance does not have the tools to examine these practices. The bill also asks insurers to contribute to the solution by testing the tools they're using to proactively look under the hood and evaluate the impact big data could have on people of color and other protected classes. Since this bill was introduced, I have had conversations with people all over the state. I've also had conversations with the insurance industry about their concerns. And we are still working on this language. We're not done yet. This is a big bill. But the overarching goal of this bill remains unchanged. The intent is not to ban the use of certain factors, but require insurance companies to put their data and tools through a stress test and prove they are not having an unfairly discriminatory impact. Whatever data is being used, the point is to demonstrate that it does not reflect and perpetuate historic racism and discrimination against protected classes. You've heard me say this again. This bill is about equity. It's about equal opportunity. It's about transparency and accountability. In my conversations with many insurance companies, and we have been stakeholding on this bill for a long time, it was even admitted to me that even some of the insurance companies, and talking about their own data, they weren't even sure exactly which factors were the biggest factors that they were using. Data can be problematic. If we are unsure about the data that's being used, then we need to do something about it. So, does this bill require insurers to collect personal information from consumers? No. This will not require insurers to collect any more information that is currently collected. This bill asks carriers to look broadly at their data sources and algorithms and identify undiscrimination at the population, not the individual level. And one of the amendments that we passed addresses this concern. So, with that being said, this is a really important bill, and I welcome the conversation, and thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm asking for a yes vote on Senate Bill 169.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Business Committee, we heard how, practically speaking, it will be impossible to execute this bill. What you just heard from the bill sponsor is that we're going to place the responsibility on insurance companies to prove that they don't discriminate against things like race, color, national origin, or religion. Currently, those insurance companies don't have that data. They are prohibited from asking for that data. So there's no way that they can take what they charge people and compare it against race, color, national origin because they don't have this data in the first place. So unless the bill sponsor is suggesting that we now ask insurance companies to go collect that very data that we don't want them to discriminate against, there's no way for those insurance companies to prove a negative. So I'm concerned that what we're doing is putting something on the backs of these insurance companies that will do nothing except drive up the cost of insurance to everyone in the state of Colorado.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, good Senator. Like I said, we are holding insurance companies accountable. We're asking them to do the work. They have the people in their businesses who can do this work. They can look through their information and make sure that they are not using algorithms that are not accurate and that discriminates against protected classes or people of color.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to speak exactly to this point about the reasonableness that's required of insurance companies.
There's nothing in this bill that would say you have to invent a new AI that can figure all of this out and spend billions and billions of dollars to, invent this, the most powerful algorithm in the history of the world. You don't have to create Google. You have to use the tools at your disposal, which most insurance companies have, and do an analysis, run the data. And you can't say, well, that's going to take 1 hour from one person, so that's an unreasonable request. Obviously, you do that work, but you also don't have to invent a whole new artificial intelligence, end of the world Terminator 2 style intelligence here. So reasonable, I think, in this is pretty clear. Do what it is that you're already doing. If you have these algorithms, if you're already discriminating on this basis, run an analysis and make sure that you aren't doing the things that this bill prevents you from doing. I ask for an aye vote on this wonderful bill.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I too sit on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee and listen very intently to this bill. A couple things I want to clarify is we heard from a lot of people in the insurance industry, and in fact we heard from several good people who represent the insurance industry to the public, actual insurance agents, and without exception, they all spoke that there is no discrimination that they are aware of, that they see, and they're out there talking to the public day in and day out. These are good insurance agents and other professionals in the insurance industry. So it was strongly testified by them that if there is supposed discrimination, they're not part of it and they don't see it. The other thing that I would like to address that the good senator was talking about, that all of this work is going to fall on the insurance companies, that they're just going to be able to pull up this information and that it might be handy or not, the so-called algorithms and all this data, and that they're going to then turn it over. Do you realize that there's some like 4,000 insurance companies that are registered to do business here in Colorado? So if only half of them, I'm being extra generous, if only half of them turn over volumes and volumes of data, which, I guess they're going to have to do, and it goes to the Department of Insurance, Division of Insurance, that's going to drive a fiscal note. That's going to be a tremendous amount of work for the Department of Insurance, and yet under this bill, there is no fiscal note. So all of this data and information that the insurance companies are being tasked to provide and deal with, the impact to the Department of Insurance, they're going to go in with volumes and boxes full of information, or discs, I guess we shouldn't say boxes because they don't use paper, but you can imagine the amount of information that they'll turn over, and yet there is not a fiscal note. I find that incredible because all of us see bills, and I just happen to have a few, that if you ask any department to do anything, there's always a fiscal note, and yet the Department of Insurance, Division of Insurance, is saying, you can do all of this and you can turn all of it over to us, but not one dime will be expensed by the Division of Insurance. And yet it's also commonly known that right now the Division of Insurance is some 18 months behind for looking at and taking care of the rate filings that the insurance company is already doing. So something is not correct here. I just want to point that out, that there really should be a fiscal note. I've asked for one and it's come back, well, no, it's just going to be free. That the Department of Division of Insurance is going to do all of this and it's never going to cost them a dime. So for these reasons and others, I would respectfully ask, and I hope that the good senator will take our amendments to heart because they're meant to really improve the bill and make it much better. But right now I would ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 169. Thank you.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that Rachel was up there. Mr. Chair. Yes, I was in that same committee hearing, and let me clear up a few things. This bill will improve, not destroy, risk-based pricing by requiring insurance companies to test and eliminate factors that are not found to be predictive of actual outcomes or risk. As I said earlier, so much big data is being used that we don't know what's accurate. Now, I'm not blaming anyone. Maybe some of the risk factors are unintentional, but we need to look at those risk factors and make sure that they are not intentional. The other point I want to make is the division does not have the capability or expertise to dive into these algorithms. This would be very expensive, and it would require audits of insurance companies. With this bill, we're asking insurance companies to work with the division and help determine that there is a problem rather than approaching this problem by auditing companies one by one. We know that insurance companies have the resources and the financial incentive to hire the very best data scientists to develop the most cutting-edge algorithms and predictive models. We believe that insurance companies should be accountable for using those cutting-edge tools responsibly. The other thing I want to state is we have census data that we can compare with what the insurance companies are telling us because we have proof of unfair practices. I'm not saying every insurance company is doing that. I'm saying that they have to be accountable.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I stand in strong support of the Senate Bill 169, and it's simple because it's about ensuring that we do everything possible to stamp out discrimination and racism. Because we do know that discrimination occurs. And it could be very simple. It could be based on your zip code. It could be based on your neighborhood. There's a lot of factors that go into determining rates that are applied based on all types of insurance, just based on where you live. It's unfair. Just because you live in Aspen or somewhere, it shouldn't mean that you pay less than, let's say, you're living in Montbello, Green Valley Ranch, East Colfax, wherever it might be. So basically what this bill will do, it will prohibit an insurer from using that kind of data to do rate setting. We should all want that. So I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 169.
Seeing no further discussion on Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Senator Buckner.
I don't want you to fall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleagues for bringing this bill. So this was one of the top 3 bills that I was interested in this session when it was introduced. And your bill sponsors can confirm that if you'd like, by the way. Because this brings up 2 fascinating areas that I'm very, very interested in. One being the use of algorithms and technology in accurately pricing what people should pay for insurance. It's one big topic. And the other is what we're not going to get resolved in this bill today, which is what is fair and what is unfair. We heard that from the good senator from Aurora. It's not fair that certain people pay more for insurance than other people. And in a lot of cases, I would completely agree. If an insurance company dares to charge somebody different based on their race, it's outrageous if they did that. Outrageous, should be punished. The highest level. So that's one example. Then we take another example, life insurance. Let's say you're a person who takes incredible pride in taking care of yourself. Maybe you're an athlete. Maybe you choose not to use tobacco. Maybe you choose not to use illegal substances. You do everything you can to keep yourself in perfect shape. Then you have another person. Whether they do that or not is immaterial. Let's say you have another person whose BMI is extremely high, who chooses, let's say, to use tobacco products or illegal drugs or all of the above. Do you think that when it comes to being priced for life insurance, that a life insurance company should say, you know what? We want to be fair. We're going to give both individuals the exact same life insurance rates or the exact same disability insurance rates. Would you be in favor of that? Or would you be opposed of that? Today, I already brought up an example. All things being equal, women pay less than men for life insurance. How many of you think that that's fair? How many of you think we need to change that right away? It is so unfair that men are charged more than women, all things being equal, for life insurance. We brought up another example of car insurance rates. I have 3 boys. 1 is a teenager. 2 used to be teenagers. And yet I'm still here. Those teenage boys cost more in auto insurance rates than teenage girls, all other things being equal. Who is here at the podium pounding, saying that is unfair? Those teenage girls should pay more for auto insurance. Who says that? So, colleagues, this is why I was so fascinated by this topic. That somebody dares to call out the double standards that we have in the world of insurance, and that some of them we are A-okay with. I'll bring up one. Men used to pay less for health insurance rates than women. When I got started in the business in 1993, women paid more for health insurance. And why is that, colleagues? Back to the Smallwood theory, I felt it was because women take better care of themselves. Sorry, guys. More regular exams, more regular tests, a better chance of catching the kinds of things that will prevent them from an untimely death, which us as men, for some reason, haven't seemed to grasp all the time. So there was a time when I had male and female rates for health insurance. And the female rates were already more. And as society, this is what's so fascinating. As society, we got together and said, you know what? We don't like that. We want to change it. when President Obama became president and they ran the Affordable Care Act, that was one of the things that was changed. Unisex rates across the country. And I was mildly interested in the legislature at that time. I know a few of you who were maybe in office then. I don't recall seeing any video of anybody down here pounding on the podium saying, that's unfair that we are now having men pay more and women pay less for the health insurance, because colleagues, that's exactly what happened. Nobody was pounding on the podium. So now we have a bill that's addressing all of these things that were so intriguing to me as to how in the world is the bill sponsor going to thread this needle? How in the world is the bill sponsor going to stand here and tell you why we should have complete gender equality in insurance rates, while at the same time raising the cost of insurance for women in our state? How are the bill sponsors going to do that? And I will say, what was probably as confusing for me was, how in the world are we going to intertwine algorithms in this? Because I viewed this as a settled question. I will wager not very much. I will wager not very much that many members of this body and people listening in the state of Colorado have no idea what their insurance score is. I might even be foolish enough to wager a little bit that some of you don't know what an insurance score is, and that you have one, and that you can find out what it is. I'm not talking about a credit score, not talking about your BMI, I'm talking about your insurance score. Not only do you have one, but if you get a peek under the hood, you might actually be able to improve yours. I improved mine. And when you improve your insurance score, very often your insurance rates can go down. Not your life insurance rates, not your health insurance rates, probably not your disability rates, but your car insurance rates, I bet you'd see a change. So that's the second reason why this is so fascinating, is that why now, after all of these years of insurance scores being out there, and the public scratching their head, and lawmakers in Washington scratching their head, saying, I don't know that I like this idea. I don't know that I like this concept. Now, here we are, colleagues, 15 years later, all of a sudden saying, hey, we as the Colorado General Assembly and our insurance commissioner is all of a sudden back interested in these algorithms, things like your insurance score. So I read this back in 2007. Because remember, colleagues, I'm sure we think we're super smart here in the General Assembly here in Colorado, but we're not the only ones who care about our constituents. There's an organization, maybe you've heard of it, it's called the Federal Trade Commission. The Federal Trade Commission works for the consumer to prevent fraudulent, deceptive, and unfair business practices in the marketplace, and to provide information to help consumers spot, stop, and avoid them. The FTC. So guess what report the FTC issued back in 2007? FTC releases a report on the effects of credit-based insurance scores. Your insurance score, exactly what I was mentioning. So the FTC, in my opinion, felt like maybe there's something fishy going on here. The fact that two people in the same neighborhood might be charged different homeowners rates or different car insurance rates based on this insurance score. So they released a report presenting the results, exactly what we're talking about in this bill. These algorithms. This is the report of the study concerning credit-based insurance scores and automobile insurance in this case. As directed by the Fair and Accurate Credit Transaction Act, the Commission evaluated how scores are developed and used, and in the context of automobile insurance, the relationship between scores and risk and the possible causes of the relationship. The effect of scores on price and availability of insurance, and colleagues pay attention to this part, the impact of scores on racial and ethnic minority groups and on income groups. This was studied, colleagues, by the FTC. And they released a report in 2007 on exactly what this bill is addressing. And from my interpretation of this report, my opinion is they're a little befuddled by the results. In its evaluation, the Commission considered prior research, nearly 200 comments submitted in response to requests for the public's views, discussions with interested parties, and its own research using an extensive database of automobile insurance policies and other information about consumers. And guess what the study found, colleagues?
What?
Number one, use of scores may result in benefits for consumers. Bullet point number one sentence. FTC found that the use of scores may result in benefits for consumers. For example, scores permit insurers to evaluate risk with better accuracy, which may make them more willing to offer insurance to higher risk consumers from whom they otherwise would not be able to determine appropriate premium. So colleagues, what is that saying? That the use of these algorithms may benefit people. There are people that might not get quotes that once they run them through these algorithms say, you know what, we've changed our mind. We are going to offer insurance to these people, and it's going to be appropriately priced. Scores may also allow insurers to grant and price coverage more efficiently, producing, members, cost savings that could result in lower premiums. Sadly, little empirical data was submitted or available to the FCC that would allow them to quantify that. I would love to bring that information to you, colleagues. I would love to say that because of the use of insurance scores, somebody's rates were able to be reduced by $100 a month. Or is it $1 a month? I mean, that would be valuable data to have. That's bullet point number one. Bullet point number two, scores are distributed differently among racial and ethnic groups, and these differences are likely to have an effect on the premiums that these groups pay on average. Meaning that most of their predictive power is not a substitute for members in racial or ethnic groups. In addition, scores effectively predict risk of claims within racial and ethnic groups. That's what these algorithms do. So if you're a person in a racial minority, for example, or you're interested in racial disparities, the FTC's own report said this may benefit people within those minority groups. Give them more options, better pricing choices. This isn't me talking. This isn't the state of Colorado talking. This is the FTC. They were as worried about this as you are, colleagues. They thought that this sounded weird, that there's big tech, big technology, pricing people differently. To issue this report, the commission voted 4-1 with a statement by the chairman, and I'll send this to you. It was fascinating when I first found out about it. So, despite what you might hear, algorithms aren't always bad. Just because you hear big tech and you hear algorithm, I should be the person pounding the podium going, these things are bad, big tech is bad, computer pricing of things is bad. But the FTC's report didn't say that. So now let's take that back into the state of Colorado and our insurance commissioner. Okay? Remember, colleagues, the FTC issued their report in 2007, which probably means they were doing research in 2006, which probably means somebody brought them to them in 2005. It's 2021. Okay? This has been going on for a really long time. This isn't something new. Our Commissioner of Insurance didn't just wake up and say, oh my gosh, there's algorithms that are pricing insurance. So if you grab your statute book, Titles 10 and 11, dealing with insurance, we look at 10-1-304. What is the insurance commissioner supposed to be doing? And I will start with number 1. I would love to read all of this to you, Mr. Chair, but my guess is you would lose interest by about number 8. Maybe not. You'll have to let me know. Number 1, authority and scope of market conduct surveillance. Our Commissioner of Insurance colleagues has the authority and scope of market conduct surveillance. Our Commissioner of Insurance can do this. What can he or she do? The Commissioner may conduct market conduct surveillance of any company as often as the Commissioner, in the Commissioner's sole discretion, deems appropriate. How many of you have written a contract before? Looks like about 8 of you, 9 of you. Don't we love that language when we're writing a contract? When you're writing a contract and you get to put into the contract, it's whatever I, in my sole discretion, deem appropriate. I'm not a lawyer, but I've written enough contracts to know that is called a grand slam, if you're able to get that. You can do whatever you want. And this is 10-1-304. The Commissioner may conduct market conduct surveillance of any company as often as the Commissioner, in the Commissioner's sole discretion, deems appropriate. The Commissioner can already do this, colleagues. The Commissioner can already do whatever they want. So when we're going on in pages and pages of what the Commissioner shall do and what the Commissioner may do and what the Commissioner wants to do, you've got the trump card right here on page 44 of Titles 10 and 11. The Commissioner can already do it all. I'm a licensed insurance producer in our state. Guess what is one thing I want to make sure never happens? Is that I'm called in front of the insurance commissioner or the commissioner's office. Because guess what? The commissioner can do whatever the commissioner wants in the commissioner's sole discretion as he or she deems appropriate. So they can already do this. So that's why I'm so concerned as to, within the algorithms, what are they concerned about? So then if we go to the strike below. So I'm on page 2 of the strike below. And I want to give huge kudos to the bill sponsor on this stuff. And again, I've let her know since day one that I was super interested in this and wanted to chat about it. She's been very open to conversations with me about this. So I appreciate that and appreciate her considering maybe amendments to this language. So on page 2, line 13, this is of the strike below. We're going to add a new section, 10-3-1104.9 as follows. The insurer's use of external consumer data and information sources, algorithms and predictive models, consideration of protected class status prohibited, unfair discrimination prohibited, and the rules and stakeholder process around this. So, we would think, who in their right mind would permit insurance companies to use unfair discrimination when pricing insurance products? I don't know anybody that would be in favor of something like that. So, in the same statute book, 10-3-1104 this time, page 249 for the millions of Coloradans following at home. If you look at letter F, Roman numeral 1, this is where we are defining broadly what is unfair methods of competition, what is deemed to be unfair or deceptive trade practices. So this is already defined in statute. Unfair discrimination is under F, Roman numeral 1. It is, to the bill sponsor's point when she was here at the well talking earlier, unfair discrimination, making or permitting any unfair discrimination between individuals of the same class and equal expectation of life in the rates charged for any contract of life insurance or of life annuity, or in the dividends or other benefits payable thereon, or making other terms of the condition of the contract. What I'm reading to you is what is already an unfair method of competition, unfair or deceptive practice under unfair discrimination. But this is where I got concerned, colleagues. If you look at Roman numeral 3, this is our existing law. Under Roman numeral 3, making or permitting any classification solely based on the marital status or sex. It is currently unfair discrimination if you make this classification based on marital status or sex. But there's an unless there. Unless such classification is for the purpose of insuring family units or is justified by actuarial statistics. So colleagues, what they're telling you here is it is unfair to discriminate based on sex unless it's not unfair to discriminate based on sex. It's unfair to discriminate based on marital status unless it's fair to discriminate on marital status. That is the unless that's in our current law. So the statute book goes through and makes a number of exceptions. That's Roman numeral 3. Roman numeral 4, making or permitting any classification solely based on blindness, partial blindness, or a specific physical disability. That's unfair discrimination. Guess what word's in here again? Unless. Unless such classification is based upon unequal expectation of life or an expected risk of loss different than that of the other individuals. So exactly like the good senator from Aurora already said. Our current law already goes through and defines the expectations of insurance companies around fair and unfair discrimination. They're already going through this and saying it is an unfair trade practice to price somebody differently based on their disability. By gosh, it's unfair to do that. Unless that person has a disability that, I don't know, is going to cause them to perhaps pass away earlier. And if that's the case, exactly like the good senator from Aurora said, this exception is built in there. So it is okay in the state of Colorado, colleagues, to discriminate against people based on sex or marital status or physical disability. That's why we have to be so careful with our language up here. Because when we say something is fair and unfair, is it? From whose perspective? It's not necessarily that clear. Roman numeral 11. It is an unfair trade practice. Can't do this. Reduce benefits under a health insurance policy by the addition of an exclusionary rider. Unless Such rider excludes conditions with which has been documented in the application and so on and so forth. Roman numeral 14. Making or permitting any unfair discrimination between individuals or risks of the same class and essentially the same hazard by refusing to insure, refusing to renew, canceling, or limiting the amount of insurance coverage. This is what the other senator from Aurora brought up. Limiting the amount of insurance coverage on a property and casualty risk solely because of the geographic location of the risk. Guess what word's next? Unless the action is the result of an application of sound underwriting and actuarial principles related to actual or reasonably anticipated loss experience. So when we say we shouldn't do this, this bill is going to fix these sorts of things. No, it's not. That's what I submit to you, colleagues. No, it's not. This language has been here for years. You and your predecessors have not wanted to change this. Or at least haven't made any actions, or made actions and they haven't been successful to try to change this. Here in Colorado, we have codified what sort of discrimination we are A-okay with, apparently, and what we feel is unacceptable. And exactly to the good senator from Aurora's point, this bill, with I would suggest a small clarification, would keep all of that intact, so that all of the arguments you hear from people like me and other folks that have come up here to say, we're really, really concerned that this is going to fundamentally change insurance pricing in a way that is detrimental to exactly the people that you want to help. If you want to help women, then you've got to be really careful in tinkering with this language. Otherwise, women's rates will go up for life insurance. They will go up for car insurance, particularly if they're young. I don't think you want to do that, colleagues. I don't think I heard anybody come here and say, our goal is to raise the cost of insurance for women. And retaining these algorithms, the FTC's report already said that this can benefit people in minority and ethnic groups. That's what the FTC's report said. So if you're interested in helping folks in our minority communities, in our ethnic communities, we got to be real careful if you're going to tinker with this language. And so my concern, and I've talked to way too many people to count about this, is, and I would ask you whether you're interested in this topic or not, to perhaps pick up the strike below on page 2, line 19. Because the word in here is notwithstanding. Notwithstanding section 10-3-1104, 1F. All of these exceptions that I'm reading with you, good senator, are talking about the fact that an insurer shall not, with regard to insurance practice, discriminate unless we've already got it codified, in which case we don't want to get rid of that language, colleagues. We want to keep that language. And depending on who you talk to, I've talked to 12 different people about what does this word notwithstanding mean? And they've all had different ideas. Notwithstanding means we keep the old language. No, notwithstanding means disregard the old language because this is the new language and that's what we're going to follow. If there are attorneys who would like to come up and tell me exactly whether or not we should be worried about this word notwithstanding and that the insurance commissioner is going to know exactly what we mean, which is we want the old language kept, but we want to add the new language as well, and if the new language conflicts with the old language, we don't want to destroy the old language. So that's what I'm submitting to you. I've talked to the bill sponsor about this amendment. In fact, I have it someplace. So what we're trying to do is to, you have a copy, right?
I have a copy.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011 to Senate
Senator
Bill
Smollett.
169.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 11.
To the amendment.
So Amendment 11, and the good senator from Colorado Springs had a similar amendment about this earlier. Not surprisingly and selfishly, I feel like my language is much more elegant. We're going to get rid of the word notwithstanding and use language that I think everybody, and no offense to the insurance commissioner or the insurance commissioner's office, but I think this helps clarify what we want, which is not notwithstanding, it is in addition to. We want all of these, all this other language to remain, but we want this new language to be added, simply added. It's not replacing anything. Now, if I'm wrong with that, somebody really needs to let me know, because I don't think that's the case. I don't think that we want women to pay more for life insurance. I don't think we want young women to pay more for car insurance. We simply want to add this. I would hope that the bill sponsors would view this as a friendly amendment, and I would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 11.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Douglas County, Senate District 4. I'm grateful to have the senator in our caucus because of his expertise in the realm of insurance. That's what he does. We have two attorneys, maybe more, but I know the chair of judiciary, the ranking member on judiciary. I learn about law from them, and I'm grateful. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't agree. But I learned so much about the insurance industry and statute that governs the insurance industry from my friend who doesn't live in Parker either. This is a delicate subject, and I'm sure some political voices might want to say that somehow Senate Republicans are defending discrimination. No. Illegal, unfair discrimination? No. We're not here to defend that. But my colleague walked us through existing statute and those multiple uses of the word unless. Unless the data shows that there's a reason that a 60-year-old male needs to lose some weight, and my 26-year-old son needs to gain weight. I used to be there. If you could look back in a time machine to the day I got married, you wouldn't believe the differences. I needed to gain weight. Now I need to lose weight. Last year, I managed to lose 25 pounds because my doctor said, you need to lose some weight. Chris, you need to cut carbs, carbohydrates, and sugar. Kind of the same thing I'm learning. So I stopped. You know, one of my favorite things is dark beer. Nope. But when you're an insurance company, especially in life insurance, you need to be able to understand those aspects of life from different customers. We are created equal, and we are, thank God, different. We change over time. Again, if you were to look back when I was 24 years old, you'd think, man, this guy needs to gain some weight. Now, need to lose it. L011, I believe, strikes the right balance. And I talked earlier about that word, and I'm grateful to my friend for pointing out that word, notwithstanding. Even though the statute says all this, with the committee report, the strike below, even though statute says this, an insurer shall not, with regard to any insurance practice, unfairly discriminate. Well, are we going to put our trust just in the word unfairly? That's rather subjective. Based on an individual's race, color, national or ethnic origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. If we adopt this amendment, we get rid of that word notwithstanding, and we actually get to stand on the existing statute. But in addition to the methods and practices prohibited pursuant to. This is a good amendment. And I'm no for sure from the bill sponsor, but I hope that this is considered a good amendment, a friendly amendment. And it may actually bring me to a point where I can actually vote for the bill, but this is the crux. We can't get rid of all discrimination because not based on the color of my skin or my gender or my sexual orientation or my anything else. I like wine. Do you? Yeah. Do you like red wine or white wine? I don't know if that really matters, but if you don't drink alcohol, why would you pay the same life insurance rates as someone who does? So thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Thank you again to the good senator from Douglas County, the ranking member of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. This gets us to where we need to be and ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say several things. I am new to insurance. I see my friends out there. What I knew about insurance, you could fit in my pocket. So I did a self-study on my own every evening until I became comfortable with insurance. And then when I thought I was comfortable, more information was thrown into the mix. So this has been quite the experience for me. And I want to thank everyone who has been involved with me in this bill. The senator from Douglas County is kind of my idol. Don't let that go to your head. But he has 28 years of experience. And I really do value everything he tells me, and I've learned so much from him. And I will continue to learn from him. And I want to thank all of you about your fairness with this bill. And I'm really impressed with how well we have all worked together, because that's what we do. We work together for the good of everyone. And this amendment is what we need. I am asking an aye vote on this amendment because this amendment takes us where we need to go. And I really appreciate your tenacity and your willingness to explain it to me so I understood it. And then, of course, I checked with my stakeholders, and we are good with this amendment. So I am asking for an aye vote on Amendment L11.
Senator Buckner, if you keep heaping comments on Senator Smallwood, you're going to risk getting gavelled down.
I said from the Douglas County, right?
Is there further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 169? Senator Smallwood.
One more of these.
Uh-oh. Okay, do I know which one that is? Yeah.
Senator Smallwood.
Mr. Chair, I request a senatorial 5.
Committee will be in a senatorial 5.
Oh, okay.
There. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last piece of information I'd like to share with you today, colleagues, is there have been things that have happened in insurance in this body, things that we've done in this body that had unintended consequences. What I'm asking us to consider as a body, asking the bill sponsor for agreement on, is in case we misstepped, in case there are unintended consequences, simply to have the Department of Regulatory Agencies bring this information to us in a report, so that if we have unintentionally raised rates on women, if we've unintentionally raised rates on people in racial or ethnic minorities, that is reported to us as a body, very similar to a SMART Act hearing style type of reporting. I would hope that the bill sponsor would view this as a friendly amendment, would ask for your aye vote. I move, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment 13.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L013?
Amendment
Senator Smallwood.
L238.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Smallwood, if you'll just move it again.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 13.
To Amendment L013, Senator Buckner.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is a friendly amendment, and what this amendment is basically going to do is it's going to let us hang out together more often and talk about what has worked and what hasn't worked. So I'm all for that. But no, I'm asking a yes vote on L013.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 169? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 169. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 169 is adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 88?
Senate Bill 88 by Senators Danielson and Fields and Representative Michelson, Janay, and Soper, concerning establishing a civil cause of action for sexual misconduct against a minor.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 88 and the Judiciary Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made some changes in the Judiciary Committee, and I urge an aye vote on the report.
Is there further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the Appropriations Committee considered the measure and attached the appropriation, and I urge an aye vote on the report.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of amendments that I'd like to introduce.
The committee will be in a senatorial 5. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L027?
Amendment L027 to Senate Bill 88.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, the bill, we amended the bill to waive the immunity for government immunity. The bill says that that it's waived. We just add that waiver to each section, and I urge an aye vote on Amendment L027.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L027? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just seeing L027 for the first time. I think, but I would stand to be corrected by the sponsor, that what this does is exempt these claims from the 180-day notice provision of the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, but I'm not certain what this does. I'm just asking the sponsor for some explanation.
Is there further discussion on L027? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L027. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and L027 is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L028?
Amendment L028 to Senate Bill 88.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L028 adds a definition to the word agent to reflect the court's understanding of the word agent, and I urge an aye vote on Amendment L028.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L028. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L029?
L029 to Senate Bill 88 by Senator Danielson.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L029 clarifies that a public entity may be a managing organization underneath the bill. I urge an aye vote on Amendment L029.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L029. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L030?
Amendment L030 to Senate Bill 88 by Senator Danielson. Amend printed.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L03, I move Amendment L030, which it aligns the definition of sexual misconduct to the definition that we used in Senate Bill 73. As folks might remember, Senate Bill 73 was a really important companion bill to this measure around statute of limitations, and in order to maintain consistency in our existing statutes once this bill is passed, I urge an aye vote on Amendment L030.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Oh, excuse me, sorry. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L032?
Amendment L032 to Senate Bill 88 by Senator Lundin. Amend printed bill, page 4, after line 26, insert 3. Insurer means any insurer that is now or was in the past authorized to do insurance business in Colorado, or is conducting or has in the past conducted insurance business in Colorado, including without limitation any access to non-admitted surplus lines insurer. Renumber succeeding subsections accordingly. Page 7, line 17, after is, insert or was. Page 11, after line 8, insert. 13-20-1208, indemnification of actor or organizational against public property. 1. It is contrary to the public policy of the state of Colorado for an insurer to defend or indemnify a. an actor who committed sexual misconduct against or for any claim alleging liability for injuries arising from sexual misconduct pursuant to this Part 12, or B, any managing organization or its employee, agent, or volunteer, or any public entity or public employee against or for any claim alleging liability for injuries arising from sexual misconduct, where but for applicants to this Part 12 and an action for damages arising out of the facts that if alleged under a common law cause of action would be
Senator
time
Danielson.
barred.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on Amendment L032.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The bill seeks to provide and assuage and quite frankly heal some horrific things that may have happened in an individual's life. And to the intent, the desire, that aspect of what it seeks to do, no one can do anything but agree and say, that's horrific, that's terrible, things of that nature should never have happened. We should condemn them in the strongest terms. But the bill also seeks to reach back and rewrite history in some ways that we just cannot rewrite history. And like so many of the things that happen in this building, there is a party A and a party B who have an interaction. In this case, someone who has a serious grievance against another individual. Party B was wronged in a horrific way by Party A, perhaps in a sexual way. And that is tragic and should be condemned. The challenge is the bill brings in a host of other individuals, parties C, D, E, F, others who did not have any ability, nor did they know that they were at risk of being drawn into this catastrophic series of events that did happen. This amendment simply says that it is contrary to the public policy of the state of Colorado for an insurer to defend or indemnify an actor who committed sexual misconduct against or for any claim alleging liability for injuries arising from sexual misconduct pursuant to this Part 12, or any managing organization or its employee, agent, volunteer, or any public entity or public employee against or for any claim alleging liability for injuries arising from sexual misconduct, where, but for the application of this Part 12, an action for damages arising out of facts that, if alleged under the common law cause of action, would be time barred, and a provision actually or allegedly in the insurance policy that requires an insurer to provide a defense to or to indemnify any claim described in subsection of this subsection is void and against the public policy and therefore unenforceable. It simply says that the underwriting that happened decades ago was underwritten against the known set of circumstances. And that party B, C, D, E, and F, those who were not directly involved in that event that we're trying to seek redress for here, did not have the ability to control that, did not know, and they had entered into an agreement that was underwritten, that was understood to be very different than what we are now, decades later, choosing to rewrite into the books. As a matter of policy, that's incredibly challenging to do. As a practical matter, it will dramatically change what insurance costs are for everyone, because now that risk that may have happened some time ago has to be written into the policies of what happens now. So this amendment simply tries to reconnect in a meaningful and material way Party A and Party B, someone who did something horrific in someone else's life, and the people who were responsible and there and a parent and had a responsibility for managing and interacting with and dealing with those circumstances. It brings them back into relationship and takes out of the calculus those who do not have the ability to reach back, rewrite history, rewrite, quite frankly, insurance policies, and therefore it would take away from the expense that we would all bear the likelihood that we will now be funding anything that may come from that. So I urge your support of Amendment L032.
Senator Lundin, will you please move Amendment L032?
Mr. Chair, thank you for letting me get that entire explanation out without having moved the amendment. I move Amendment L032. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Amendment L032 is properly before us. And colleagues, just a brief announcement. I've had a couple of people ask. The coat rule was relaxed for members, staff, guests in the chamber. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I need to remind members what the bill applies to. It doesn't have anything to do with people who were unaware or unimpacted by, and at the core of this bill is the rape of children, okay? So let's bring it backwards a little bit. We are talking about individuals that raped children and institutions that knew about it and actively covered it up, okay? What the insurance lobby would like us to do is to allow them to take the premium and then be provided an exemption which allows them to avoid paying out for these claims. That, let me remind you again, we are talking about the rape of children and institutions that actively, knowingly, willingly covered it up, okay? So they would like us to allow them to take your premium and then exempt them from having to pay out for these horrific claims. This will keep child rape victims suffering in silence and perpetrators free to continue their behavior, basically unchecked, while permitting them to operate in our communities without detection. This is not an amendment that we should vote for. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear. A natural human being committing a heinous crime upon another natural human being. So we just heard about child rape. Horrific, terrible, wrong. And the individuals who are responsible for managing that natural human being who committed a heinous crime upon another natural human being, they are also, even with this amendment, responsible. Those institutions, whether it be a religious organization or a school organization, they remain responsible. This simply says, Party C, a financial institution that was providing insurance underwritten with known facts of the time, and those facts are now revealed to be different, things were happening that were not necessarily known at the time, that they, in fact, are not a participant. The bill would still, and properly should, hold Party A responsible for the heinous acts that were committed, the crimes that were committed. And you know, let's not get criminal and civil mixed, but there is a difference there. The point of this amendment is simply those who were underwriting based on known facts at the time, they would be removed because it's inappropriate to draw them back low these many decades later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I rise in support of L032. What this amendment does is removes the insurer from the fact that different facts and different law is now being applied retroactively. And catamount to what happened in the insurance industry 20 years ago was September 11th. Insurers did not actuarially account for folks flying airplanes into buildings when they rated the insurance costs for commercial real estate. Going forward, now they do. Or you at least have to sign a waiver saying you're refusing to be additionally insured for someone flying a plane into your building. That's what this amendment, or similar, this amendment is saying, don't hold us accountable for something that was not actuarially accounted for in the premiums that were paid many decades ago. It does nothing to stop going after Party A for heinous acts on Party B. That part of the bill stays in place. This amendment would simply not spread the cost of not actuarially accounting correctly many decades ago upon you and I and all the insurance payers in the state of Colorado. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to renew the sponsor's point. Vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L032. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L034?
Amendment L034 to Senate Bill 88 by Senator Gardner.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I move L034. Members, to talk about this amendment and why this amendment matters, one has to go back to the bill itself. It's 10 minutes after 1. I'll try to do this as carefully and as expeditiously as possible, but I have found, as I've discussed this amendment, that on both sides of the aisle there are many misunderstandings about what the bill does, and hence why the amendment is needed, and what has happened between the introduction of the bill and Judiciary Committee and Appropriations Committee. And I have to confess to you, it's pretty hard to track what's happening when you get about 5 sponsor amendments without explanation of any real substance added to the bill. The bill, by its own summary, says it creates a statutory cause of action for a victim of sexual misconduct when the victim was a minor against the actor who committed the sexual misconduct and against an organization that operates or manages a youth program if the sexual misconduct occurred while the victim was participating in a youth program. So, you know, those causes of action exist. They are there. So what is this bill about? Well, the operative part of this bill is the cause of action applies retroactively and is available to a victim of sexual misconduct that occurred before, on, or after January 1, 2022. Before, on, or after. Meaning that this cause of action goes back in time. Members, to be honest with you, I believe this bill is unconstitutional. Have said so, continue to say so, will continue to say so. We're creating a cause of action in the past that was not there, that is otherwise barred by statute of limitations, and so we've created this legal fiction to do so. Now, setting that aside, because these causes of action go back in time and go back forever, and they apply to youth programs conducted by whom? An organization. Turns out an organization is your public school. An organization is your special recreation district softball league, gymnastics class, you name it. And so things that happen, heinous things, egregious things, as my colleague from Monument characterized them, they are unspeakable. No one should be allowed to escape responsibility for them. But this bill and this cause of action does not only extend to the perpetrator, him or herself, but to their organization. And it might go back 30 or 40, even 50 years. And the perpetrator may be dead, without capacity in a nursing home, and who are we really trying to reach? The organization that everybody who is with that organization has no knowledge. They had no ability. They had to deal with that. And you know, what's interesting about that is that that caused the governmental entities, schools, public youth programs that were conducted by municipalities, by county government, by special districts, to go, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're subject to the Governmental Immunity Act about everything else except law enforcement activity, by the way. And this is piercing that veil, that it's waiving sovereign immunity. The perpetrator, by the way, was always liable no matter who the employer was. But the organization says, suddenly we're liable, and you know, in other contexts, maintaining bridges and roads and other things, we have a limit on our liability, and the limit on our liability for other things besides this new cause of action is $387,000 adjusted for inflation, so it goes up, and $1.93 million in total by a perpetrator. And the public entities came in and said, we don't want to be put out of business, if business they're in. We don't want our taxpayers to have to bear this. We think, as a matter of policy, particularly since you're creating a new and retroactive cause of action, there ought to be some limitation. And so the Appropriations Committee put that on. That is what you approved when you approved the Appropriations Committee. Leaving private, primarily nonprofit entities with unlimited liability. Now think about that. If as a child you were sexually molested by a public school teacher, this bill now will limit the liability of that individual and that school to $387,000. But if you were molested at a church daycare center, there's no limitation. You're a perpetrator, and that church, other nonprofit, is going to have unlimited liability. Now, is the limitation on liability a good policy? Well, apparently so, because the Appropriations Committee adopted it, and it adopted it for governmental entities. And not just for the entity, but for the employee of the entity. Think about that. So you're a victim, and you sue, and the perpetrator, the person who victimized you, was a public school employee or a public employee of a youth program. No, you can only collect so much. Well, there was good policy for that. There's good reason for that. On the other hand, church, nonprofit youth group, there's not a good reason for that. We'll impose unlimited liability on them. Members, this is a not, however you come at this, if you come at it and say there ought to be a limit on the liability, then there ought to be a limit on the liability for both public and private organizations. If you say there ought not be, okay, take it off. I suggest, particularly since the kinds of things that we are talking about go back many, many years, that a limitation on liability is appropriate. And that's what L034 does. L034 places the same limitations of liability on for private entities as it does for public entities. It just creates equity and parity for them. I ask for an aye vote on L034.
Further discussion on L034. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. You've heard me say in this bill many, many times, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. The reality is, it's a simple cliche that you've all heard your grandparents say over the years that says, you treat government the same way you treat everybody else. You treat everybody else the way you treat government. Why do we consistently choose to give government a pass and then put the burden on the people that actually produce in order to fund the government? It just doesn't make sense. The reality is, if you're going to have unlimited responsibility for both, or one, you ought to have unlimited responsibility for both. If you choose to say it's not practical to have unlimited responsibility for government, then you should limit the responsibility for those who work diligently to fund government. I urge your support of this amendment. It's a good common sense amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L034. And while we're on the amendment, I would note that I have supported Senate Bill 88. Concerning establishing a civil cause of action for sexual misconduct against a minor. That's something that I have, as a Christian, struggled to find a pathway to forgiveness. An adult who would sexually molest a child. Ooh. We got rid of capital punishment in our state. I oppose that. But this would be one example that the Bible tells me I need to be able to forgive, but for this, man, I struggle to be able to do that. I don't understand a lot of criminal behavior, but this crime, I don't think there's a way to understand it. Adults who would prey on children in a sexual way. One of the emails I've received, I won't mention the constituent's name, but the constituent shared a story from first grade. I don't know whether to say it made me nauseous or furious or both. A first grade teacher am I willing to support Senate Bill 88 because that first grade teacher decades ago repeatedly did things that were inexcusable, unforgivable, disgusting. Yeah, I can support Senate Bill 88. But what frustrates me, I don't serve on committees, so being the minority leader and previously majority leader, I know there's a burden. It's a relief not having to serve on committees, believe me, but there's also a burden. You need to understand what bills are when they get here to the floor. And this issue troubled me greatly about a bill that I fully intended to support. But the story that that constituent shared with me, and I would guess us, if you read all those emails, about the experience in first grade. If that teacher in first grade did those abominable things, if there's evidence to show, if there's justification to bring civil action against that teacher, why in the world? Why would we consider treating that person, that first grade teacher, differently depending on where he or she was employed? A public or private school? Why would we do that? Is that equal justice under the law? Does that constituent understand that aspect of this bill? Because that's the reality that I'm dealing with here. Isn't the victim of that crime equally victimized regardless of who owned or controlled the classroom that it occurred in? I say yes. The evil is equally evil, regardless of whether that was a public school or a private school. So I think I could support the bill if it was equal either way. Take the damage caps away for both sides, or put the damage caps in for both sides. I was frustrated about the earlier amendment regarding insurance companies because that's strange. Years, decades later, bringing a third-party entity in for liability that they weren't insuring and weren't aware of, that's odd. But this one? The gentle person who shared the story about first grade, I'm not an attorney. I've said that so many times before. I don't know how you prove that in a court of law, civil or criminal action now. I don't know how, but I sure hope it can be. Because if an adult did those things, oh boy. It's a mystery of God as to how He can be forgiving for something like that. And that's not for me to determine. But I'll admit to you, that's something I don't think I've got that forgiveness in me. I talked with my friend from Weld County, the former sheriff. He voted yes on the bill out of committee. There are a couple other things that I've sided with him on. Felony murder was one of them. So I reached out to my friend and asked, tell me about Senate Bill 88. I won't speak for him, but I think we share the perspective that, boy, people who do these things, commit these crimes, tack them to the wall. I got no mercy. But for the constituents who I've heard from and the parents that I've known through my life, thankfully I have not had to deal with this personally with my kids. But I've sure known some parents, I've known some people who are adults who went through these kinds of experiences as kids. How is it that we can treat those victims differently based on where the crime occurred? Now, I took time to talk to the bill sponsor yesterday, and I think her perspective is that public entities get public dollars. Well, yeah, and a lot of them. And there's a high threshold of responsibility in the public sector, public schools. There's a high threshold of responsibility. We send our kids to those schools. Yeah, we expect them to watch out for the best interests of our kids, like I would have when I sent my kids to a private school. They've done private, they've done public, they've done charter, which is a public school, but they've done a little bit of everything growing up. But my expectation of the principal, the teachers, the school board, the charter board, private school board of parents that are there to represent the parents' interest, it doesn't matter who owns the building, who employs the people who work there. If an adult commits sexual misconduct against a child, we ought to treat them all the same. But that's not what this bill does. So I'm not here to negotiate. I'm not saying pass the amendment and I'll vote for the bill. No. I'm not doing that. I'm saying this is a bill that I supported coming through committee, didn't hear the testimony. This is a bill that I'm willing to support, but why? Why would we treat victims of the same crime differently based on where the crime was committed, a public or private location? I think we shouldn't. And with this amendment, we put the same caps in for both sides, but I reiterate, if that's the wrong solution, then let's get rid of it on both sides. Because I just can't support something, or no, that would indicate how I'm going to vote on the bill. I'm not negotiating for my vote. I think it's wrong for us to set that double standard. Let's make this bill better by equalizing the outcome regardless of where the crime committed. This amendment says put the caps in on the private side, and if this is the wrong solution, I think this is the right solution, but if this amendment gets voted down, we should next consider an amendment that gets rid of it on the other side. Because we shouldn't treat victims who were children when they were sexually molested just because of where it happened. I don't care where it happened. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L034. Seeing none, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on Amendment L034. There is a difference between public and private entities. I don't know if I need to explain that to anybody in the body, but I should hope not. Government immunity caps exist and have existed for a very long time. This is not anything new. The reason that they are in existence is to protect public funds so that the government that provides essential and critical services to the community with no bias, agenda, or slant remain open. What this amendment would do would be to lower the accountability for any private institution that is not, again, like I said, part of the state government. So if you're a private institution like a church or a youth group or anything else, this accountability, this amendment would mean that the victim would be entitled to far less than they should be. And it should be no surprise who supports the amendment, which is the Catholic Church. Okay? So it is a logical choice for them to be in support of this amendment because it would reduce their financial responsibility back to the victims. Okay? And not just the church, but youth groups, sports groups, modeling agencies, any other private group that is in the care of children would then now be accountable to less for the claims that the victims bring against them because of this amendment. I don't think that's the approach that we want to take. Lowering the responsibility for damages to the victim on these claims is not what I am okay with this measure. So I would urge a no vote because we don't want to lower the fiduciary, the financial responsibility of these institutions who, again, are responsible and complicit in the rape of children, okay? There are so many ways that they could meet the threshold that would exempt themselves from ever being held accountable for this bill. If they did one tiny little thing to combat the abuse, the sexual abuse, the rape that they knew about, they wouldn't be impacted by this measure at all. We are talking about institutions that knew about rape against children and not only did nothing about it, but they actively covered it up. So I am not in the business of then going out to these victims and saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and limit your ability on the front end of this thing to hold these private institutions accountable for the rape of your child or what happened to you when you were a kid. And for those reasons, I should hope that everyone would be a no vote on Amendment L034.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the senator from Wheat Ridge's arguments would be compelling if they were consistent. If they were consistent with the bill and the bill as amended, it would be compelling. I might not agree with it, but it would be compelling. But they're not consistent with it. First of all, there's somehow an assertion that, well, the Catholic Church or the Boy Scouts or someone, you know, they should have unlimited liability because they covered things up. I can give you case after case where public entities have covered things up as well. And you're going to limit the liability for those entities. And you say, well, you know, because that's the taxpayers. Well, okay. But take a look at the Appropriations Committee report that added this. It doesn't say the maximum amounts that may be recovered from public entities described in the statute apply to a claim. It says the maximum amounts that may be recovered from public employees or public entities. So, this argument that we can't pass Amendment 034 because we have to hold those individuals responsible. Well, if we're really interested in holding individuals responsible, then let's hold public employees responsible. They're human beings too, and they're supposed to be responsible, and they were employed by a public entity. And the reality is, to stand down here and ignore or pretend or studiously avoid the fact that our newspapers and media report at least monthly about public entities within a mile of here covered up, ignored. I've dealt with bills since I've been here, carried by senators in this chamber, to put an end to public entities ignoring this kind of conduct. So to say, well, we really want to get after these private, nonprofit entities because they're the bad actors here, not so much the public governmental entities. Come on. It needs to be one way or the other. And we've chosen the way. We're putting a limitation on liability for schools, for public youth programs. There are reasons to do so, particularly with a cause of action that goes back retroactively. Let's do as the minority leader says. Let's treat government and private nonprofits equally in this matter. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come back up to just clarify one thing. There was a specific denomination mentioned, the Catholic Church. I'm not Catholic. I didn't grow up Catholic. My mom dabbled in Episcopalian church a bit. I think the only time I've been in a Catholic church, other than tours when I was in Europe, would be like weddings. So I'm not here to defend a particular denomination. I'm a born-again Christian. I've attended churches that are non-denominational, but I'm not here to advocate or represent a denomination. My sons did attend for a while when they were very young, a preschool and later a K through 6 school, I believe, that were private and Christian. But they weren't necessarily because they were Catholic oriented. I'm not a Catholic. My ask is, again, whether we do it this way or the other way, is treat the entities, treat the locations where these horrible crimes are alleged to have been committed or were committed, proved to be committed. Treat them the same. So I understand that the Catholic Church has had a lot of press. I don't understand all that. I don't understand the differences really between cardinals and bishops and priests, and I don't mean any disrespect. I'm not familiar with that. But I understand from the press that this has been an issue there for decades or generations. But I'm not here to defend or speak against that. What I'm asking is, could we please treat the victims the same regardless of where the crime took place? Because I think kids who are sexually molested deserve that from us. I don't want to favor one victim over another because their victimization occurred in a different place. I think we should treat all those victims the same. I think they deserve that from us. To tell some victims, oh no, your reward, your potential reward, your reward is probably, I'm not an attorney, but the restitution, the outcome of the civil action will be less because this horrible thing happened to you maybe multiple times in a public school. And that, for some reason in our law, would matter less than if it was in a private institution. I can't respond back to victims that the location matters more than the tragedy, the bruising, the permanent effect, negative effect on their life. I can't do that. Ask you to please support the amendment. Ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to speak directly to the senators who are in the Health and Human Services Committee. Because we all sat there when that man got up and spoke about being molested by his first grade teacher. And we all remember that story. It still makes me want to cry now. It was heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. That man got up and spoke how his first grade teacher, he sat in his lap and then he molested him time and time again. Why is his life, why is he valued less? It shouldn't matter. I urge you to vote for this amendment because it shouldn't matter. We were all there. We were all in tears. We were all heartbroken. That was one of the most, it was just horrific listening to his story, and it was the one that brought us all pretty much to our knees. Just remember that. His life is not, what happened to him should not be of less value. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I hadn't planned to come down and speak on this, but I think it's been said several times today that in my viewpoint, this is not about any one religious organization or any religious institution, but rather about principally applying and not, in my viewpoint, not being hypocritical on the standard that we would apply. And so I feel that it's appropriate for us to, as been said, look at this from the viewpoint of the victim and therefore to apply the same standards that we would apply to the state. And so I would encourage an aye vote on Amendment 034.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L034. A division has been requested. Would all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? All those in favor of Amendment L034, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Senator Scott has his hand raised, indicating he is voting, or excuse me, is in the affirmative towards this amendment. Please be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L034, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Sorry. Colleagues, if you are against the amendment, please stand and remain standing while the count is taken. Amendment L034 is lost. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 88? Seeing none, the question, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. The reason that I wanted to speak is because this bill has been in the making for 35 years or more. Because unfortunately in Colorado there is a decades-old, well-documented history of institutional cover-up that has resulted in the sexual abuse of hundreds of children in Colorado. The institutions that we entrusted our children with We gave them our trust so that they would care for our kids, instead protected themselves. Instead of protecting the children who are victims of rape. We heard from countless victims who had endured decades of pain and suffering for what happened to them when they were kids. And not just what happened to them when they were kids, but because the institutions that they were in the care of knew about it and actively covered it up. This bill will help victims hold accountable these powerful institutions who were complicit in abuse, who were complicit and participated in the rape of children. Today, I call upon the Senate to pass this act. Senate Bill 88 is the Child Sexual Abuse Accountability Act. I call on the Senate to pass this measure today. I do not want the Colorado Senate to be one more institution that has failed these victims, that has failed these survivors for decades on end. I do not want this body to be complicit in the failure to protect these children. We must stand up today and finally do right by the survivor community. We must stand with the children who were raped. We must pass Senate Bill 88. Thank you very much.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in strong support of this bill, Senate Bill 88, with my good friend and senator from Wheat Ridge. We heard the senator from Brighton up here talk about the testimony that we heard in committee. And it was difficult to hear. And it's also difficult to comprehend because sexual assault and rape changes you. It absolutely changes you, especially when it happens as a minor. When you think about being a minor and you're around trusted adults, you don't expect to be sexually assaulted, molested, or raped. But the fact is, it does happen. Sometimes it happens as early as 3 years old. I was looking at some statistics, and 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys are sexually abused before the age of 18. Nearly 70% of all reported sexual assaults occur before a young child reaches the age 17. And we've been talking about compensation. And I don't know how you can put a value on a minor's life that's been raped or sexually assaulted. I can tell you for them, they don't forget it. They don't forget it because they know something was wrong, they knew it was odd, but they were told to keep it a secret. And when you're told to keep something a secret, oftentimes you don't tell. You carry that secret around with you for a very long time, sometimes into adulthood. We heard some of these minors, one man, he was 81 years old. He talked about how much he paid for counseling and therapy to try to push his way through the darkness and the ongoing assault that he experienced. Many of the victims talked about how they see the world, it changed them to the point that they did no longer have a sense of security and safety. It changed how they related to each other, to other people. Some of the victims found themselves not being able to complete school, They found themselves getting in trouble, getting expelled, demonstrating anger. It changed how they saw themselves, because they thought that they did something to cause the behavior and action that was demonstrated to them. What this bill does, it rips up the rule book as it relates to statute of limitation. And I think it's time. What this bill does, it empowers victims. It gives survivors an opportunity to tell their story. They get to tell their secret. And this is one step towards survivors taking their life back, taking their personal power back. This bill is about survivorhood and reclaiming the years where their sexual assault may have been dismissed. Giving them the opportunity to stop carrying around that secret. We're all familiar with the headlines, where organizations have taken advantage of minors. The one that comes to mind right away is the scandal that we all saw with the USA gymnastic team with Larry Nassar. I read that he sexually assaulted 265 women as the team sports coach. Do you think the gymnastic team did not know about that sexual abuse scandal? He's serving time right now because someone decided not to keep the secret anymore. There's so many other cases. There's so many other cases. And so what this bill will do, and why I'm urging you to vote yes on this bill, is because it's time that we protect children over those who abuse them, over those who rape them, and give them the opportunity to be compensated for the harm and the wrong that was done to them. Members, vote yes on Senate Bill 88.
Seeing no further, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting Senate Bill 88, but that does nothing to cover my disappointment today when you all sat for that young man who was molested by his first grade teacher, because we are not standing for him today. And I think that's despicable.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Our friends who sit over here at the press table love to call us out when we fight like cats and dogs. I don't remember many times where they take the time to apply ink to when we agree. Mr. President, I believe that your religious domination is Catholicism. I believe that you are a Catholic. I'm not. And yet we agree. Like my friend, the good senator from Weld County, who just spoke, I'm going to support Senate Bill 88. Because, as I've already said, the adults who commit these crimes, it's despicable. I remember the moment that I saw my first son for the first time. That memory, that mental picture will be with me to the moment I die, and based on my faith, through eternity. I can't imagine
as a father how I could have been restrained if I had learned that an adult had done something like this to one of my sons. I don't know how I could have controlled myself. I'll vote yes. But it's with a level of shame that I'll be supporting a bill that treats victims unequally. We shouldn't have done that. Mr. President, thank you for speaking out in support of the amendment. I think it should have passed. I think we should treat victims equally, the same, regardless of where the crime took place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the good senator from Colorado Springs for bringing the amendment. I appreciate the comments of the president. I have stood up for children my whole life. And frankly, I'm ashamed, I'm disappointed that somehow, because it happens in a public school, that child is less traumatized by someone who was molested in a church or a boys' club. Where is our sense of fairness? I'm going to ask you again. Where is your sense of fairness? Is there less trauma to that child who was molested by a first-grade teacher that they trusted and they loved? No, there is not. There is actually probably more. And I am so disappointed that we can't act in a fair and just manner. And thank you, Mr. President, for pointing that out. You've heard this before, and you're going to get tired of hearing it. It is not always easy to do the right thing, but it is always right. And to protect these children equally is the right thing. Stand up for the children. I don't know who's pressuring you. Frankly, I don't care. But show some courage and do the right thing.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a yes vote in Judiciary Committee on this because nobody knows what these children go through better than I do. I think more so than anybody in this chamber. I was a persons crime investigator at the Sheriff's Office for almost 5 years, where I investigated homicides, rapes, and sexual assaults on children. And unfortunately, Weld County has a lot of sexual assaults on children. More so percentages than just about any other county in this state. Now, I don't know the reasons for it, but I would get 2 or 3 new cases almost every week. And I was just one of 2 investigators that worked on sex assaults on children cases. So I know what they go through. I know what the families go through. And that's why I voted yes on the bill, even though I was getting some pressure from others not to. And I have to tell you, I'm wavering on whether to vote yes now on this bill or not because of that amendment just failing. Because when I investigated these cases, it didn't matter if the suspect or the perpetrator worked for a school or a religious institution. I treated it the same. The courts treated it the same. You know, we were talking about raping children. I heard that a lot today. One amendment died because we were talking about raping children. Then we have one to say yes, Raping children is evil, regardless of where it happens. If a public school teacher rapes somebody, that's evil. If a youth organizer rapes somebody, that's evil. A child, that's evil. Unfortunately, not passing that amendment says that it's a little less evil to rape a child if you're a public employee. It's a little less evil because we're not going to hold a public employee to the same standard as a religious volunteer or a youth organizer. So both are evil. Raping children is evil, but a little less evil if you're a public employee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 88, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 88. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 88 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs each report has had in consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 156 as amended, 236 as amended, 238 as amended, 91 as amended, 169 as amended, 88 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading final passage. House Bills 1211 as amended, 1122 as amended, 1011 as amended. Passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 87 laid over until May 13th and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You have other cows?
Ready?
Which one?
We have two. So we've got this.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole?
Amendment 001 to the committee of the whole report. Senator Lundin moved to amend the
Senator
report.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This amendment simply, which we debated at some length earlier, identifies the fact that there is a perpetrator.
Would the good senator please move Amendment 001?
I've fallen into a bad habit today, Mr. President. I apologize. I move Cow Amendment 001.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Perpetrator, individual A, party A, and a survivor, victim, many of whom have passed now, individual B. And then there is an array of other unintended people that may be swept into this. Some of them are the institutions that provide insurance to those. They underwrote based on the standards. They underwrote 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago based on their understanding of the circumstance. And to ask them to go back and reset history is inappropriate, and there will be a financial consequence that we all will bear now. And if that's the choice, that's the choice. But this amendment simply says, in fact, we amended the bill to, in fact, make it not, or it is contrary to the public policy of the state of Colorado for an insurance company to defend or indemnify exactly these heinous acts that we have been discussing today. So it would remove that. I urge your support of COW 001.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 001. Are there any no votes? Senators Hawkes Lewis, Coleman, Moreno, Hansen, Story, Gonzalez, Winter, Patterson, Bridges, Lee, Colker, Rodriguez, Buckner, Janal, the Majority Leader, Fields, Donovan, Danielson. Please add the President. And Senator Zenzinger. With 15 ayes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 001 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002?
Amendment 002 to Senate Bill 88. Senator Gardner.
Senator Gardner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 002 to SB 88. Members, we discussed this at length, and I'm not going to belabor. This Committee of the Whole amendment would show that the offered amendment that extends the limitations that are in the bill for public entities would extend them to all entities. You have heard people comment about this. This is a matter of equity. It is a matter of equity to the victims. It's a matter of equity to the organizations. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment 002? Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to talk to this amendment. When I was approached about this amendment early on, I understand and thought, yeah, government and private entities be the same, and I get that. But my suggestion was put aside to make it an unlimited cap for both. And that is why I voted for no for this, because $387,000 is too low.
The good senator from Centennial will be fined $4 for referring to the president as the chair. Further discussion? Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption. Excuse me, are there any no votes on Amendment 002 to Committee of the Whole report? Senators Moreno, Winter, Hansen, Colker, Patterson, Fields, Buckner, Gonzalez, Coleman, Hawkes Lewis, Story, Rodriguez, Bridges, Zenzinger, Donovan, Majority Leader, Danielson. With a vote, Sir, Janal will be recorded as a no vote. With 17 aye votes, 18 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 002 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole report?
003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Senator Holbert moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 3.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I said in comments regarding amendments earlier that I think we should treat victims equally regardless of where the crime occurred. I supported the amendment that would have put the same limitations on both public and private sides, and that didn't pass. This amendment would take out the limitations on the public side and create the same standards on both sides. I said during debate that I could support it either way, and that's what this amendment would do. Twice we've said no to equalizing
damages, public and private, by lowering private to equal public. This would do the opposite. This would take the caps off of public. I'm not trying, in the earlier amendment, I was not trying to support something that would lower the amount of money that a victim in a private setting would get. I wasn't trying to do that. And in this one, I'm not trying to increase the amount of money that a victim in a public sector environment might receive, but I understand that could be the outcome. What I want to do with this amendment is treat victims the same, regardless of where the crime took place. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is just a completely different approach than the other amendments that we saw. The other amendments weren't about equality for the victims. It was about protecting private institutions. This simply says that all things are equal now because the caps on the government entities are lifted. I can't, in good conscience, urge a no vote on something like that. So I urge an aye vote on the amendment. And I thank my colleague for bringing it forward.
The good senator from Wheat Ridge will be fined $4 for referring to the president as the chair. Further discussion? Having no further discussion, the motion, are there any no votes on Amendment 003? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment 003 is adopted. The motion before the body is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Not anymore. With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 156 is amended. Senate Bill 236 is amended. Senate Bill 238 is amended. Senate Bill 091 is amended. Senate Bill 169 is amended. Senate Bill 088 is amended. Passed on second reading. And ordered and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1211 as amended. House Bill 1122 as amended. House Bill 1011 as amended. Passed on second reading. Ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 087 laid over until 5/13/21 and retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 023? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 23 lay over until Friday, May 14th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted, and Senate Joint Resolution 023 will lay over until Friday, 5/14/21, and retain its place on the calendar. Consideration of House amendments. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 030?
Senate Bill 30 by Senator Holbert and Representative Van Winkle and Titone concerning criminal theft of rental property.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 30.
Will the good Minority Leader please tell us why we should concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 30?
Thank you, Mr. President, because the legal expertise of the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee and then Representative Weissman over in the House has brought this bill to a point where it's not what I started out to do for owners of companies that rent property like a paint sprayer or a garden tiller. But this is what the House was willing to do. And I want to try to help the owner of a business that I've been a customer of for I think 29 years. I need to go get my propane tank filled. It's $20 including tax. But Mr. President, I wanted to get more done but I understand from Representative Weissman and the folks in the House that this is as far as they're willing to go. It does limit the amount of reward, restitution that can be found if a rental company owner were to pursue both criminal and civil. It would reduce the amount, but it's something. And for these folks, something is better than nothing. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 30. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With gratitude to the good senator from El Paso County, the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I ask for an aye vote on the repassage of Senate Bill 30.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 30. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 30 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar.
We're just excited. We've been waiting.
You're right on the script.
Will the clerk please read all of the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of private occupational school for a term expiring July 1st, 2022. Jessica Sahal is a Federal Heights, Colorado service representative of the general public who is an owner and operator of business. Within Colorado, employees students are enrolled in schools that are subject to administration by the private occupational school division, occasioned by the resignation of Christopher Iser of Middleton, Colorado, appointed effective July 1st, 2020 for a term expiring July 1st, 2024. Barbara A. Kearns of Thornton, Colorado, service representative of private occupational school, reappointed member of the Colorado Educational Cultural Facilities Authority Board of Directors for a term expiring June 30th, 2021. Morris Price of Denver, Colorado, and a Democrat, and occasioned by the resignation of William Thomas Pound of Castle Pines, Colorado, appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes members of the Private Occupational School Board and the Colorado Educational and Cultural Facilities Authority Board of Directors.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, all of those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of conference committees reports. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 077?
Senate Bill 77 by Senator Gonzalez and Representative Benavides and Kip concerning the elimination of verification of an individual's lawful presence in the United States as a requirement for individual credentialing.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 77.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 077. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 077 is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 77.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 077. Are there any no votes? Senators Woodward, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Liston, Gardner, Cook, Rankin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader, Lundin. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 077 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Message from the House.
May 12th, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to riser statutes House Bills 1007, 1194, 1257, 1094, 1215, 1198, 1261, 1268, and 1273, amended as printed in House Journal May 11th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to riser statutes House Bill 1243. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to riser statutes Senate Bill 21 and 64, amended as printed in House Journal May 11th. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 15 and 58.
Message from the reviser.
May 15th, May 12th. We herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1243 without comment as amended, House Bills 1007, 1094, 1194, 1198, 1215, 1257, 1261, 1268, and 1273 without comment as amended, Senate Bills 21 and 64.
Message from the governor.
May 6th, to the Honorable Colorado Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to the powers conferred upon me by the Constitution and laws of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to designate, reappoint, and submit to your consideration the following member of the Board of Assessment Appeals for terms expiring July 1st, 2021. John Frederick DeRungs of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Ann Louise Marco of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Amy J. Williams of Hayden, Colorado, a member engaged in agricultural, reappointed. Valerie Carissa Bartel of Longmont, Colorado, reappointed. Samuel McCullough Forsyth of Louisville, Colorado, reappointed. Sincerely, Jared Polis, Governor.
Business, labor, and technology. Would the Capitol Choir please organize so that we may wish Senator Quorum a happy birthday? Today is Senator Quorum's birthday, so Capitol Choir.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Senator Quorum. And Governor Happy birthday to you.
Announcements. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like to speak with you this afternoon and ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as you know, I don't often come down here in the well, and especially not on personal privilege, but I would like to speak with you about Representative Liz Cheney of Wyoming, our neighbor to the north. I watched her speech last night and I was moved. She has more honor and courage than anyone in D.C., in my opinion. I have a quote here from her. As the party of Reagan, Republicans championed democracy, won the Cold War, and defeated the Soviet communists. As we speak, America is on the cusp of another Cold War, this time with Communist China. Attacks against our democratic process and the rule of law empower our adversaries and feed communist propaganda. That American democracy is a failure. We must speak the truth. Our election was not stolen, and America has not failed. It's that philosophy and the support of rule of law is why I joined the Republican Party when I was 17. I feel both blessed and cursed to have had, not literally, but figuratively, a ground experience on the ground with last year's election, spring, summer, and fall. I had arguments and discussions with fellow Republicans in July and August at their doors, pointing out to them he was going to lose, and it wasn't just my opinion on the number of conversations I was having in the district. I also pointed to them the USC Dorfman poll, which was the only poll that had him up by 1 or 2 points in 2016, And as of July, when this conversation happened, he was down by 8 or 10 points. I predicted to my sister in September, on her front doorstep, I wasn't campaigning, I was visiting her in Arvada. And I have since the election had arguments with members of my own family, not political family, my own family. This lie has to end. We are only feeding our enemies, foreign and domestic. I knew last summer Trump was going to lose, especially Colorado. It was different than in 2016. In 2016, people wanted to talk about Trump. In 2020, nobody wanted to talk about Trump. They were embarrassed. And we need to have the courage of Liz Cheney to speak up and say so. Thank you.
Further announcements. Senator Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I have talked to the majority leader, the minority leader, and the president. I have asked to be excused on Thursday and Friday of this week.
Senator Fields will be excused for both Thursday and Friday of this week. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a reminder that we do have a joint committee, Colorado Health Insurance Exchange Oversight meeting tomorrow at 8:15 a.m.
Do you have anything?
He does.
I'm going to let him go. He's going to talk about committees.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, obviously we went a little long on the floor. So here's what we're going to do for committees. The upon adjournment committees that are on the calendar will still meet upon adjournment, and that is the Agriculture Committee and the Judiciary Committee. They will meet, I think, 15 minutes upon adjournment in the rooms that they are scheduled to meet in the calendar. It is expected that those will not be very lengthy committees, although TBD, I suppose. However, I think about an hour, maybe less, and the afternoon committees, the Health Committee, the Finance Committee, and the Business Committee, will meet upon adjournment of the Agriculture and the Judiciary Committees. The only thing I would say is the Health Committee is going to be upon adjournment of the Agriculture Committee. The Finance Committee and the BLT Committee will be upon adjournment of both the Agriculture and the Judiciary Committee, whichever one ends last, because of overlap in rooms and members. So Health, Finance, BLT will be meeting upon adjournment of the morning committees. However, the Health Committee may meet before the Finance and the BLT committees meet, because their room and their members will be available earlier than perhaps the Finance and BLT members. So none of the rooms will be changing. All the rooms in the calendar are going to be accurate. That means Health Committee is in 357. Finance Committee is in the old Supreme Court, and Business, Labor, and Technology is in room 352. I think the good senator from the Joint Budget Committee also has an announcement perhaps about what's going on over there.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Joint Budget Committee will meet at 2:45 p.m. We will only be hearing the staff presentation on the federal guidance for the American Rescue Plan Act. Everything else on the agenda will be moved to tomorrow.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one last announcement, as an important one. You all know how much we love our Senate Secretary, Cindy Markwell. But a grave injustice has been done to her. Somebody walked off with her long black coat yesterday. And there is another long black coat over there in the antechamber, hanging on a hanger. It is not hers. So that means somebody has Cindy's coat. If you have a long black trench coat, please check to make sure it's yours. And No comment. So check to make sure you grab the right coat, and if necessary, please swap it out with yours. There will be no ransom offered. Just do the right thing, no questions asked. We may have the culprit. Mr. President, we do have a few bills to read across. We will get to it very quick. You do not need to be here. Thank you for your work this morning. It means we don't have to come back to the floor. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 2:45.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Is adopted, and the Senate will stand in recess until 14:45 today.